Good evening, booze. Happy Tuesday. I hope you guys ate some tacos today because that's the only day that I know it is Taco Tuesday. Because I keep forgetting to look up what National Day is. It is. So I think me trying to do that has now ended. But I want to get started pretty quickly here because I've got a lot. And I don't know if I've got it in me to go 4 hours tonight like I did Sunday night. That's probably just gonna be a Sunday night thing, not an every night thing, but I did have a lot of fun, and I hope you guys did too. I oh gosh, I know I said I wasn't gonna get into the true crime stuff, like, detailed, right, with this Jonathan Gerlach, but, um, this is up my alley. Like, this if this isn't what, like, graves and ghost and all that is about, it this is our type of true crime here. Uh, this guy, it just gets weirder and weirder. I wanted to go down that Betsy Ross rabbit hole, and I found out it wasn't that deep, so I'll catch you guys up on that real quick because it's not that deep. I thought it was gonna be a deep one. It's not. So, I'll give you a real quick update on that one, but, yeah, I started watching all this stuff on this grave robber, right, outside Philly, and I'm kind of getting blown away even more, the just what he's been up to, and I agree with a lot of, uh the interviews I've seen that this probably he didn't just start this. This guy's been doing it for a while. So there's probably not just, these 2 cemeteries that he's been filching from. I'm sure there's a lot more, and, there's some other, very interesting things in this case. I hope I can play this clip without having, Law and Crime, um come at me, but I'm using it for educational purposes because one of my favorite people that I like to listen to is on here, and it's Joseph Scott Morgan. I love that dude. If I I love him, and he makes a lot of really good points in this interview. So I think what I'm gonna do, so maybe I won't get into a lot of trouble. I'm just gonna play like a snippet at a time, and then we'll talk about it, and then I'll play a little bit more. That way, if I have to delete it because of a copyright thing, at least it'll still kinda make sense, right? Like, I'll talk about it and that right, like, at least that's what I'm hoping. It may not work that way, but I'm really, I got some stuff for you guys on this one, at least with the cemeteries. I mean, we talked about Mount Moriah on Sunday night, and I've got more on that one because remember we were looking for where the those mausoleums were located. Well, I figured it out. So, you just give me a little time and I'm gonna find the graves. And I've noticed already that a lot of, the cemetery YouTubers, which I guess I kind of fall into that, but, yeah, I kind of fall into that, but I don't even know. Guys, I don't know where I fall anywhere. I just I've just jumped off a cliff and hope that maybe there's something to catch me on the way down and I land in the right spot. So, with that, I'm gonna jump in and say hi to you guys, and then we're gonna get started. I hope you guys don't mind talking more about this grave robber. I'm fascinated. Uh, I know I was just gonna do, like, some updates on him, but when I found out about this other cemetery, like, I have to tell you guys because it's blowing my it's so cool. It's cool, but very heartbreaking at the same time. So, I'm gonna jump in the chat. I'm gonna say hi to everybody. Oh, let me put you guys up on Sorry, I forgot to put those up there. And I'm going to put the banner up here too, real quick. I probably will turn it off though, just in case anybody wants to. If you have any stories, if you have any questions about this topic, uh, or any topic that you think might sort of fall into my wheelhouse here, which is a pretty big wheelhouse. So if it's got anything to do with like genealogy, genetic genealogy, cemeteries, uh, ghost, um, let me know. Send me an email. Let me know if it's something you don't mind having me talk about on the show. And, yeah, because 'cause I'm looking for some true story, if you guys have any true encounters, anything like that. But especially if you guys have questions about, especially cemeteries, because I'm still learning too. Like, I know a lot, and just when I think I know it all, right, I find out that I don't. I know, guys, I'm very disappointed that I found out that I don't know everything about cemeteries. And, I cried a little bit, and then I put my big girl panties on, and I'm bringing this stuff to you because I want you to see it too. So hopefully you guys don't mind me talking about this again. So hang in there with me. I will post a little trigger warning. Right now, I'm just gonna say hi to you guys so you could just hang out. And I'm already coughing. All right, here we go. Hello, equal. Hello, beautiful. And love to you too. And hello, Clips. Clips is out running. And yes, that's the Bobo way. Um, get your squirms in, right? And get your lurk. Get your lurk on, girl. And hello, Mia. And if you fall asleep, just leave it on for Miss America. She counts as a view. I'll accept that. I know she can't have her own YouTube account to be a subscriber, but I'll accept her viewership. Yeah, viewership. I'll accept her viewership. And while I'm saying hi to you guys, so I did another faux pas, which I apparently this is just going to be what I do now. I was talking about pierogies. I don't even know I was talking about punchkis, which I that's what I wanted to say. I don't know if you guys, because probably everybody knows what a damn pierogi is, right? So, like, I'm all like, "Ugh, if you guys don't know what it is, yeah, I don't need to explain what a pierogi is. I think we all know. And if you don't, um, yeah, I'm more worried about you not knowing what a punchki is. They're something that I don't know if they're a Midwest. I think they are like a Midwest thing, like up here in Michigan and Wisconsin, Illinois, just because we had a lot of, trying to think, like Slavic and Eastern European immigrants that brought this here. So I'm gonna, when it comes up time, I think Fat Tuesday is gonna be the last stream that I do before I go to New Orleans. So you guys will get to see what a punchki is, and look that up, like how you think it's spelled. It's not. It's not even close. So. But yeah, I wanted to make that clarification. A pierogi and a punchki are not the same things. Guys, I need help. I don't know what it's gonna I don't know what kind of help I need, but um equal, I'm not gonna pass out, so I'm gonna be here with you. So don't worry, but I'll be here. And hello, Darlene. Hello, Jen. Hello, my Miss Lovely what the heck? All right, it's already starting, guys. I thought I was all like prepped and ready to go. And yeah, I tried. Hello, C. Smith. There we go. Oh my goodness, you guys. Yeah, the struggle is real for me. Just when I think I've got all this stuff covered, I don't. And Darlene, she still thinks he's the one from OB. I still have to go back and I did link that episode in the show note, the description for the last show, from the Sunday night show. So if you guys wanna go back, and I put the timestamp in there for when she starts talking about it. So if you guys wanna go check that out, please do. I'm not gonna get into that part of it. That I am probably just I'm gonna just listen to OB on that if she's got opinions. She knows her stuff. She's way more into that than I am. I'm gonna talk about what's going on right now, like, with the graves and everything, because I'm what I started looking up to see if there were any more, disturbed cemeteries in the area, and I found a couple, so I'm starting to wonder, and I had to leave them because I had to come on here, so I'm gonna keep looking because I think there's and I'm sure the police already know because they've already said that they were looking at him for more, which made me stop and go. Um, and C. Smith, I know this is right up my alley, right? This is my cemetery. This falls into my world right here. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta go look and watch that episode again and see what her idea is. Is it National Rubber Ducky Day? Oh, shoot. I'm I'm missing I love rubber duckies. Damn it. Oh, see, that would have been a good one for me to come on here with too. I've got to get when I start something, I've gotta stick to it, and yeah, and C. Smith says, "So sad the media said this cemetery has been abandoned since 2011." Yeah, wait till you hear about the other one. It's even worse, and wait till you see the state of it. It's I mean, at least, Mount Moriah, somebody has they have a preservation group now that is taking care of it and keeping it they're working on it, and I showed you guys the before some of the before and then after. It looks so much better, right? However, they're still not, I think they caught the guy relatively quickly at Mount Moriah from the way it sounds, and when I say relatively quickly, right, within the last I mean, um, the we'll get to it, but because otherwise I'll get sidetracked. This abandoned cemetery designation is so puzzling to me. It shouldn't happen, but it does. And we can talk a little bit more about, what happens. And I kinda touched upon that, and that may be something that I have to just, I might have to go down the rabbit hole on that one too, and and give you guys all the information on it because it's not as safe, like I said, we've talked about all the, right, like the cemeteries down in Tampa that are being found as they go and build condos, and then they realize, "Oh, hey, look, there's a cemetery here. There's, coffins buried under the ground." So and some of those were only there as of, the last burial, and one of them was, in the 1950s. That's some of you guys may have been alive in the 1950s, and our parents were probably alive in the 1950s. So, that's recent history to me. I know I say to me, recent history is still, 1900. I think that's kind of getting into more modern times, but 1950s definitely too close for us not to remember that there was a cemetery there. That's one of the issues I had with the city of Tampa, how do you not remember, guys? So yeah, but it happens, C. Smith. It's very sad, and especially with how close the cemetery was to Philadelphia. Um, and be cool like Mia, click the like button. You can't be as cool, but you'll come close to being cool if you click the like button because Mia's pretty damn cool. Ethnic following here. Ethnic following here? What's I might be missing something, which doesn't shock me, right? Um, she'll probably take a little colonial, and then I wonder if she'll come back because she's done that a couple times, so don't worry, equal. Mia will come back, I'm sure, and if she doesn't, she'll come back and not at some other point too, so and Jen says, "I worship J. Scott Morgan too. I emailed him recently and I oh my god, I'll lose my shit, Jen, if I wanna know. If he emails you, please let me know too. Oh my god, I love between him I don't know. Between him and CeCe Moore, I don't know which one. Okay, so CeCe Moore, okay, she's a goddess. I love her. She's it, right? But he's real close. Like, yeah, and he's got that freaking Louisiana accent, and oh my god, you guys, there's just some weird stuff happening. The universe is telling me that I have to be in New Orleans. So, just wait. Hopefully, I can play this damn video without getting in trouble. Um, pause cross, so and, I always leave it on for Miss A well, we'll keep talking for mi I'll say, "Miss America." Then she'll start barking and wake you up. Hopefully, my dogs don't start barking. Um, and Equal says, "I think he was close to St. John's Cemetery." I have got a list of I don't have that one right by me. I've got, like, 3 notebooks going on right now. So ugh, but this is this is gonna be huge, I think. And when you listen to, J. Scott Morgan, let's say it because yeah, that's his name's big. You're gonna it's what I was thinking. So he and I are kind of on the same, I'm not on the same level as him by any stretch of the imagination, but I was thinking the same things he is talking about in this video, and it's just hang on to your pants, guys. Just hang on to them. Giselle's map time showed this perp lived a 2-hour drive from the cemetery. Um, well, this is something J. Scott Morgan was talking about too, is where has this guy lived? Because he doesn't think this is something he's just decided to start in November, right? He's been doing this for a while. That's the feeling I get too, because when I got notes, guys. I got a lot of notes. And he's bold. I mean, he's a little stupid like most criminals are, because that's how they get thank God they are a little stupid. Otherwise, might not get caught. But there's so many questions I have for Facebook and for Instagram. I have a lot of freaking questions, a lot. And I'm sure you guys are probably gonna be thinking along the same lines too, especially after we watch this video or watch little parts of it. Um, yeah, that abandoned. I don't I have abandoned. Yeah, I guess that's the best word for a cemetery because there's no more the board that was overseeing it, the last member died, and there was nothing taken, like, nothing put in writing, nothing to establish, like, who was gonna take over after this last board member died, didn't even I guess it didn't even cross their minds that, like, this big, beautiful and it is a historic cemetery. There are, there's right, there's 2 VA cared for, veteran cemeteries on the property, and yet they just let it go. And to me, this is something like I think the city or the counties need to step up and do something about. But then again, right, like, they've got so many other things that they're not getting money to do as well. So it does come down to, like, budgets and a lot of other things, right? So you can kinda see, like, I kinda touched on that, like, if a cemetery, they make their money off of burials. And when those burials stop, when they can't sell any more burial spaces, that's it. There's no more money coming in. And if those funds are mismanaged that were placed into, that were paid in, and I'm gonna tell you, like, when my, great-grandmother bought her plot, like, our family plot at our local cemetery, it cost, shoot, there's, like, 2, 3, 4, 8 burial, uh 8 burial places. So and I think she paid, like, in, 1930 or 40, I think it was 1940, like, or maybe just after the war. I think it was just after World War II, so about 1950. So she purchased these 8 plots, and it was, like, 120 bucks. So think about how much some of the people that were buried there back long ago, how much they paid, and that money has probably long since been used up. It's gone. So, when they can't pay, when there's no more money coming in, right? Like, then what happens? How do that perpetual care, they can't really promise that anymore. And, there's a lot of mismanagement going on, which I'm gonna talk about the other cemetery that this guy's, uh that he hit, and you're gonna see how easy it was for him to just go and do what he did. It shouldn't have been, um, but I'm gonna show you the map too. So, yeah, Cece is, I love her. She's just, I worship her. I just, that's why, Darlene says Satan has a sexy accent too. He's got that, right? Sisma says, "Yeah, I'm gonna show him." So, girls, whoo, keep the fires down and the fire down in the chat tonight when I put him up here. But yeah, he's got that. Yeah, dang Skippy. In my opinion, I think he's originally from Long Island, but moved to Pennsylvania when he got older. So there was an interview with him that I watched with the local news in, what is it, Ephrata? Yeah, Ephrata, yes. And they talked to people who knew him, have known him, like, when he was much younger. So I don't know about this whole with the Long Island, and everything else. So, yeah, I'm not really sure about that. I Until I go and watch, all of OB's coverage, I don't wanna really talk about it too much because I just don't know, what's going on with him. But, I mean, he this isn't something he just started as of November. So, and hello, Eminem. You're just dropping in to say hello. Oh, I'm sorry you don't feel good, hon. It's that time of the year for flu and colds and everything else, right? All right. I hope you feel better soon. I'm gonna pop this up here real quick, and I think we can. I don't need to take the chat down. I don't think for that. So, um, just so you guys, I'm gonna throw this up here because I think I forgot to do this on Sunday night, but I think everybody. I mean, everybody's watching it. So, apparently, it's not freaking too many people out. But some of the stuff, there's a couple things that are probably gonna they're a little creepy. Even for me, I was kinda, ugh, freaked me out a little bit 'cause, this guy's a I'm just gonna say POS. so I can keep my swearing to a minimum on this stream. And oops, here, hang on. So, all right. So I'm going to leave that up for a minute just in case anybody pops in and sees it. It's a good idea, C. Smith, to make sure your cemetery situation, like where you want to be buried, where you want to have that all taken care of. Have a will in place so that they know what to do with you. Otherwise, Lord only knows what. Do not rely on the court system. Do not. Make sure you get everything in writing and get it done. Even young people, I'm not that old, but I have a son, and if something were to happen to me, I want to make sure that he's taken care of. I have a will. I don't have that much, but I still want to make sure he's taken care of. So if I don't care if you're 30, but if you're 30 and you have kids, you have something, make sure you have something in place. It's just, I know it's a hard thing for a lot of people to accept that you don't want to think about it, but we are all going to die. It's going to happen. It's reality. And making a well isn't going to make it come any faster, but it's a safeguard for your family. And that's the one thing that you can do for your family that says, I love you and I don't want you guys to have to deal with any of this, right? And especially if you got any crazy family members. I mean, I don't. That, when somebody dies, everybody comes out of the woodwork. So just have that will. Just have a will. If you have older parents, they don't have wills yet, make sure they get those directives and all of that. And hello, Sassy Pants. I hope you're feeling better too, hon. I know Sassy isn't feeling well either. So, oh gosh, you guys. Oh, well, this is perfect. This will be a perfect story for when we're all not feeling well anyway, because it's not going to make us feel any worse. So, and did I see is Ernesto? I see somebody said hi, EB. So hello. I must have missed Ernie. Where is she? Where are you, Ernie? All right. Well, hello, Ernesto. If you're in the chat, I think you are. I just can't see you for some reason, but that's just me. All right. So now we're down to the bottom. All right. Here we go. I'm going to pop this off. And first, so this is the POS that we're talking about. Okay. I'm not on my channel. I'm not gonna. So allegedly, what all of that stuff. I'm not covering true crime. I'm covering this for the cemeteries and for the people whose loved ones are buried here. Their ancestors are buried in these places, and this guy just didn't give one. They caught him in the act. That's good enough for me. Pisses me off to no end. All right. So, we don't want to look at him anyway. So I'm gonna take him off of there, jerk. And so, how much do you guys? What do you guys want to watch first? Do you want to? I know I'm gonna ask this question, and I probably already know the answer to it. Do you want to watch J. Scott Morgan first, or do you want me to give you a little bit of some of the info? I'll give you some of the information first, and then I'll bring Morgan up here. Yeah, because I kind of want to see him too. He's like right at the bottom of my screen here, just looking at me. Like, okay, let me give you a little bit, because I'm not going to start the video right from the beginning. I did want to just skip up to when Morgan comes on. So, as of yesterday, now I haven't seen anything yet today that came out about Gerlach at all. At least anything that seemed new. I don't think the police have released anything else, but I'm sure they've got a lot because, right, like out of his basement, they pulled, like, there were 100 skulls. There was uh, a corpse, a hanging corpse. They said skeleton, but we know skeletons don't hang, right? I think that was Equal was the one that reminded us of that, right? Skeletons don't hang. Um, so we know what was down there. And I'm starting to wonder, I wonder if I think I know who this person is now. So, like I said, hang on to your underpants, guys, because I don't know. I could be wrong, but she is one of the people he took. And I found the news article that where she was stolen from, and it is the cemetery that he also had his cell phone pinged at. So we're going to talk about that. And hopefully I don't get in trouble for showing it. But it was in the news and it's still there. So I'm just going to report the news. And so they said now he has, yeah, they have remains of, trigger warning for this one. Yeah, hold on to your butts. Trigger warning. He had remains of from infants that were just a few months old, like new, like recently deceased infants, as well as remains that were over 100 years old. So we talked about Mount Moriah Cemetery was established 1855. So those are some pretty old remains. And that's just Mount Moriah Cemetery. I'm not and the other cemetery that I'm gonna talk about, it's not as old. So those remains won't be as those remains aren't gonna be as old. So but we know he took a lot. He was taking a lot out of Mount Moriah. I think he thought he hit the jackpot there, right? Because I probably went in once, realized he could do it and not get caught, and just kept doing it. So, what he's looking at right now, and this was as of yesterday, if they've updated it, I'll update it when we come back on Thursday. He has 500 plus counts of um why didn't I finish my it's what is it? Abuse of a corpse. So 500 plus counts of abuse of a corpse, and then 26 counts of burglary. Oh, wait, no. Wait, oh, I'm sorry, guys. I said that wrong. 500 plus criminal counts, including 26 counts of burglary, 100 counts of abuse of a corpse, and that is one for each set of the remains that they found. And 100 counts of theft and receiving stolen property, multiple counts of desecration of venerated object in a historic burial place, because Mount Moriah is considered a historic cemetery, even though they weren't taking care of it, for a while. And how they caught him, the first break-in occurred November 1st, and they went from November 1st to November 6th. And on Halloween, October 31st, he was caught shoplifting at an Ace Hardware. And he was charged with the shoplifting at the time, and he bought essentially all these things that he was gonna need to break into the vaults, pry bars, crowbars, metal tent stakes, I think there was a headlamp, all these things he was gonna need to get into but and he paid by credit card, but then he stole some things too. So he paid for some of it and then stole some stuff. So and right after, so he would have been charged, and as soon as he was booked and let go, It seems like he just went right to the cemetery and just started his work. And I'm just trying to get, let me see, any more backstory on him. And then they said in November, now he disappeared for a few days and he told people that he was going to Chicago to sell a human skull. And I do live near Chicago, guys. It's not me. So I know I like weird stuff. I don't like that kind of weird shit. That's too much for me. So, but he did take off. So he there, I think that will, I think, Morgan talks about this, that's gonna open him up for some federal charges potentially, and it should, which I hope that puts him in federal prison, which may not be as nice for him. Whichever prison's the worst, I want him to go there because this is bullshit. And just because he had stolen property, he crossed over, right? Crossed over state lines. He would have probably driven there. I think that was the gist of it that I got, that he probably drove to Chicago from Pennsylvania. Wouldn't have been that long of a trip. So I think that's how he got there. And let's see what else. Um, boom, boom, boom. He had, so now at Mount Moriah Cemetery, he had used broken up wooden pallets, so like the wooden pallets. He used those to make like makeshift ladders that he used to go down into these underground crypts. And let me show you. I did pull some up because it might be a little hard to imagine some of these. So I did get some. We all like photos. We all like to know what the heck we're looking at, right? Or talking about. So these are not at Mount Moriah, but these are the ones that, these are very good examples of them. So this is a very beautiful above ground. This would be a mausoleum, and it's beautiful. And I will link where this is, and you can see the family or the gentleman's names on it, but his family is buried here. It's very beautiful. I think this is Evergreen Cemetery. I want to say it's New York City, but I'll double check it. I don't have it right here in front of me, but so this is inside the mausoleum, and as you can see, there's 3 on one side and 3 vaults on the other. So each one of these would, right, a coffin will fit into each one of those. And as you can tell, those are marble. So they're not going to be easy to get into. And this is one example of a type of underground crypt. So this would have on top of it where you see the stairs going down, that would have a huge metal, or not metal, a big slab, like a concrete slab or some sort of slate slab over the top of that. And then when they go to inter somebody, they would move that slab out of the way, and they can go down, put the coffins or cremains. And I don't know if these are the type that they had out at Mount Moriah. I think this is the type they had at Mount Moriah. I couldn't find to see which ones. I looked all over and I got some weird images, so I stopped looking. But this is kind of similar to probably what he was doing. So some of these crypts it says they were about 10 to 12 feet deep. So he was using his little makeshift ladder. He was going down into the hole. There would have been a door down there. And then that is where the coffins would be. And I'll show you. I didn't put anything in here that's like, there's no bones or skull, anything like that. I don't want to I don't want to see it either. And as you can see here, there's like 4 coffins in here. And then on top of the one coffin, they've got, and like there's each one of those boxes, containers, those are for cremations. And here's an example of what happens when one of them falls in. And this happens to be at a church in England. And I just threw this in because it was really cool. But you can see how, right, like how deep these things go. Like, I'm still shocked that some of the ones like I've seen like in Boston, uh, the old granary, there's underground crypts and vaults down below there too, like the one where Paul Revere is buried. He's in a underground crypt like this, right? I'm just astounded how that hasn't fallen in. Like, they must I mean, they built stuff to last. Well, maybe not this one, but it's still just that I mean, I can tell by the way that one stone looks that this crypt is probably 2, 300 years old at least, and just that it stayed that long. So, I'll pop that one off. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, and then I'm gonna pull up so I'm gonna add one more up here. Why is that not any bigger? Hang on. There we go. Alright, let me get to some of your questions. So, do you guys have any other questions on, like, on the bullet? Because these at Mount Moriah, I think he broke into the mausoleums, but the 3 that I found in the affidavit I found which ones those are, and I'm gonna show you a photo. These are probably, um, all of these are probably the ones with the below ground crypts. Oops, hang on, guys. Let's see. Why is I did something wrong here. There we go. All right. Did I go up too far? I think I did. I went too far up in the chat. Um, yep, he's a creep. Disgusting. I agree. I've got other words, but yeah, put him under the prison. I think about what they did to Burke and Hare, right? I mean, they were murderers. Well, they let one of them go. So, I don't agree with that. I think both of them should I mean, maybe not execute him, but the other one should have just been in prison. I don't know how they just let a I don't know. I love Scotland, but that was kind of a stupid decision on their part. Um, and let's see, C. Smith asks, she said, "Do we know when the last actual burial happened there?" The last burial, I think, was I'm gonna say 2011. They said that's when they closed it off, Mount Moriah, anyway. That is when they closed it off for any further burials, because that is when the last board member, the gentleman, that passed away, that was when he passed away, was 2011, I think it was. And when he passed away, there was nothing. That it left them in limbo. There was no there was no owners, there was nobody to take responsibility. So, having somebody come in there to even care for the plots, there yeah, and I don't know what they if there was any money, there may not have been any money even left over, when this gentleman died. So, yeah, I think about the last burial would have been about 2011. I can look it up, C. Smith. Their records are they're still a little spotty yet. I spent a long time last night. I was up till about 5 in the morning, and I was supposed to be up at 6:30. So I spent until 5 on, um on Find a Grave, looking to see how many interments that they have photographed. They don't have photos of a lot of these. So when I went looking for the last names that they had in the affidavit, his arrest warrant, it's either the arrest warrant or the affidavit. So I went looking those up as soon as I found the names. I went to look them up on Find a Grave to see if I could find them, and this is one of them. I'm gonna pop off the comments here real quick off the stage, but hopefully I'll remember to put them back up here. Uh, let's see. Is it reasonable to assume that he did all the manual labor by himself? Any talk of accomplices? No, not. I haven't heard anything yet, Jen, that said that he had any help. looks like he was doing it alone. And how one of the ways that they so police caught on to him relatively quickly because he's like I said, criminals aren't the smartest sometimes. And this is what makes me think that he's done this before and that he's done this for a while where he was getting kind of sloppy. So they said that so one thing, he was using pry bars and crowbars to smash through the marble seals. So when I showed you the photograph right inside the mausoleum, that's marble. That stuff's pretty that's pretty solid. So he was breaking through the outside to get into the mausoleums, but and then once he got into them, he also has to break through those out right, like the ones that are protecting the coffins. If they're all some of them are a little different. Some the you can see the coffins right there. Um there's nothing hiding them. So they're not behind like a little, what do I wanna call it? Like a little door. There some of them will just be there, right? Or there'll be like a sarcophagus type situation. If you guys have ever seen where George Washington, like at Mount Vernon, like some of them contain similar to what like George and Martha are in, right? Like they have those, yeah. So they're all a little different. Some of them are probably a little easier than others to get in, especially some of the older ones. I mean, things do start to deteriorate and break down over time. It's very likely that it might not have been as hard. He doesn't look like a very big dude, but I mean, eh, he had a Monster Energy drink, so apparently that's what fueled him, because he left behind half. Well, he left a Monster Energy drink down behind, like the can, and it still had some liquid inside of it. And he also left. Was smoking cigarettes, so he left a Marlboro as well that was partially smoked. So what's on those items? So on the cigarette, right, like on the filter part, there's going to be his DNA, there's going to be saliva, and same for the can, right? Like on the mouth of it, there's going to be his DNA. So guess what they have? They have his DNA. Thank God. So he left that behind. He was also leaving behind some of his equipment. They the tent stakes that he got charged for stealing, he had also bought tent stakes at the same time. So he bought some and stole some. If I read that right, I'm not sure. I don't know. He's not right. He'd left behind a tent stake as well. And I'm not sure if he was using those to like pry up or prop up, but I know he also used like cinder blocks to like prop up some of these heavy lids, and I'll show you. I don't have photos of the actual disturbed plots. I know others have been there, of course, right? I don't I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. It's this is a delicate situation. These are people's ancestors, and I think it deserves a whole lot of respect. And going in there and like I'm going to show you photos, and maybe that's stepping over the line a little bit, but I hope not. I don't want to be insensitive to it, but even if I did have find photos that showed right like a hole in the ground or something where he had been, I wouldn't. I don't think I would show those, just because let's wait to we'll get to see that stuff probably like once this guy goes to court, hopefully, and we'll let the court system show those and we can look at them then. But right now, I think we should just wait. At least I would prefer to wait. I hope I hope you guys understand that. I hope this isn't too like I said, I hope this isn't too weird that I'm sharing. These are the ones I think he broke into, only because these are the names that are in the affidavit. So this is wait, is this the Ziegler? So this is the Ziegler family plot, and I gotta go down. I'm out of order here. So um this is where he left, or this may be where he left one of the tent stakes. So like I said, he bought some and he stole some. And let's see, they found the tent stake on December 26th, and it was a 12-inch tent stake steel. And this was one of the items that he had purchased at the Ace Hardware with his credit card, and the total came up to $250.27. So he bought a lot of stuff, right? Um, and yes, he said I think he had a lot of time, right? There's probably nobody driving through here that late at night, right? And, yeah. I bet he smells delicious. Um, yeah, and that's why somebody said he had a girlfriend, and I'm like, I doubt that." But yeah, and this is the Ziegler plot. So, I found several Zieglers buried at Mount Moriah. This is one of them that has a family plot that looks like it probably has a below ground crypt. Now on the left-hand side, this is what it looked like before they've gone in and cleaned everything up. And on the right, this is a close-up picture. These are all off of Find a Grave, and I will give credit where credit is due. I will put the link to the Find a Grave page so that you guys can see where these came from. And they can, if you go to Find a Grave, you can leave like flowers, they say. So you can leave a little note, a little message down at the bottom, and you can leave a flower. If you guys want to leave a little flower on the memorial for these people, I think that would be very sweet, and I think they deserve it. Even if these may not have been, it's probably their family members, that are missing parts. So, this is the Ziegler plot before they started the cleanup. I think they said this was in oh, I forgot what date, but before they started cleaning. So, this is John Quincy Adams Ziegler and Mary Mercy Ziegler, and another photo of it before. Now he was a veteran, and I believe he was in the Navy. I think he was a quartermaster. I think it says on his headstone here. I can't quite, or one of, maybe it wasn't John Quincy. Maybe it's this uh, John Ziegler Turner. I believe maybe he's the veteran. But so there's one, two, three, four. How many people did I have? Oh, hang on. I think I've got their I'll show you. So this is what it looks now, or it did, unless he broke into it. And you can see the slab on top of there? Here, I'm gonna pop it up bigger. I'm gonna take myself off here for a second, and I'm gonna take that. So yeah, so John Quincy Adams, he was in the US Navy, and so was John well, I guess it's got his name on there twice. Okay, so that's where I was mistaken. So yeah, John Quincy Adams Ziegler. So what I think this there's a crypt beneath here. So he would have had to have pried this lid off, and these suckers are not these are heavy. Um this takes a lot to get one of these off, but yeah, it was just him. They didn't catch anybody else, with him at all. His cell phone did ping multiple times on the right dates. So on the dates that they know break-ins occurred, he his cell phone had pinged from the Mount Moriah location and the other one that I'm gonna talk about. So here it is again, all cleaned up. So I think this is one of the ones that he broke into just because it looks like I said, it's there's an underground vault and you can see right there on the top. You look real close. I know if you guys are on your phone, you probably can't see it very well, but it does say family vault on the top of it, like, right at the kind of at the foot there. So, this may be one of the crypts, and I will this is before it was cleaned up, so the number on this one is 103, and guess what I did? I got us a map, and I'm gonna show you where all of them were, but I'm gonna show you these first, and then I'll show you the map, and then because remember, we were kinda looking at these on Sunday night to just sorta trying to figure out, like, how could he get in there, and how was he able to get in there? Nobody see him, nobody would hear anything. Well, where these mausoleums are, I don't think it would have been too terribly hard because it he did it he wasn't stupid about where he went. Oh, let me take off I'm gonna take off the banner here real quick. There we go. So, this is the information from the Find a Grave. Like I said, I will put this in the show notes. I probably won't be able to get all of it in, like, tonight and tomorrow, but I will get it all updated, so if you guys go back and check it out, you can go check out their memorial pages, leave them some flowers if you're familiar with Find a Grave. So here these are all the Ziegler Turners that are buried. So the daughter Mary Emma Ziegler married William Turner. So they're all in that same plot. Now here's another one that's a George Ziegler. However, this looks like a regular burial spot. So I don't know if this is George, but there's Frederick Weber Ziegler and George Ziegler, husband and wife that are buried here. This possibly could be one. Here's another one that may be, um, I'm not sure if this is an underground vault either. It's a little hard to tell. But I do and I did they have the map? Yep, and I do have the location on the map that I'm gonna show you. Alright, and then this one is gonna be the Ogden. Woof! Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna pop up your guys' question. And Darlene says, "Ziegler, if so, it might be one of my family members." Could be. This is in Pencil so this is right outside Philly. If you have any Zieglers oh, wow, I just realized that there is a hearse in the back of this photograph, and that there's a burial going on behind there. Wow. I did not look that close. I'm sorry, guys. But you can't see anything. So, um, I wonder if yeah, um, I'll post the link in the description for you, darling, or I can post it in the Discord to you too. So if you want to go look and see if you're related to any of these, maybe some of your family was involved in this. I would want to know. Mm, I'd be so pissed. Yeah, they were interviewing people that were uh walking in and trying to figure out if it was their great-great-grandparents, and it just broke my heart. I can't imagine if I went you guys know how I love going to my local cemetery. Like, I don't even know how many of my my grandma and grandpa's family are buried there. My great-grandparents, both sets are buried there. Um aunts, uncles of my grandmothers, just a lot of them, generation I mean, they didn't have small families, so there's a lot of them all buried in ones and if I found out somebody I can't imagine what these people are going through. Yeah, equal that's what these energy drinks do. I thought it would be Red Bull, but then I guess he would have had wings, right? So that probably wouldn't have helped him much, but so now with this one, this is the Ogden. There were several Ogdens. There's a lot of Ogdens actually. So with this, I'm just gonna show you some of the ones I found that have photos. A lot of these did not have photos yet. So I mean, with this having been abandoned, I guess they weren't taking photos of this before. So yeah, it's pretty sad, but this is where so the Ogden family plot, it says, is where he left behind the Monster energy drink can and also, so on the can, he left behind partial prints and DNA evidence was collected off of that can. He also this is also where he left behind the partially smoked Marlboro cigarette and a pair of black glasses. So I don't know if these were like sunglasses or reading glasses. They just said black glasses. And they were left on uh said they were left on a ground near a mausoleum. So yeah, I'm not 100%. This is not a mausoleum. So this might not be the one that we're looking for. And so I'll show you. So this is one of the Ogden plots. But this looks that looks like a regular I mean that looks like a regular like that's burials. So now this is another Ogden, right? No, this is Lobar. I'm sorry. Yeah, all the other Ogdens I found none of them had photos. So if there's an Ogden mausoleum, uh, there's not a photo of it on Find a Grave. Or if it had one, maybe they took it down already. That's a possibility too. But this is so now this is the low bar. And let me see, I gotta look at my notes. So at the low bar family plot, he left behind a pry bar on the ground and also wait, I wrote a pry bar on the ground inside the family plot. So I think this is a family crypt. So I think you would remove the top part of this and then you would have to go, right? They'd have a ladder that would take you down into it. That's what I'm thinking this one is. It looks pretty. I think this is probably a photo like not too long after they started cleaning it up. This is probably beforehand. But look how I mean that thing is that's thick and that's heavy. So, yeah. Um I mean really wanted to get in there. And let's see what else. Is this also where they found what else did they find? Hang on. Looking through my notes here. I think that's it. Those are the last of the ones that they named in the report. Um Yeah, it did say that his cell phone pinged multiple times, and at the right times of the break-ins at Mount Moriah, and then at another one that was said to be 1510 Westminster Road, Plains Township, Pennsylvania. And I'm going to talk about that one next, but I'm going to finish up the one here with at Mount Moriah. And I'll pop that one off because I want to show you. All right, here's our map. And I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to check out your guys's comments real quick so I keep up with them tonight. And let's see. And she's do you know where she's buried in Pennsylvania, darling? I hope she's not buried here. I hope she's not. Oh my goodness. This guy's yeah. Mm. Oh, she was born on Nantucket and wow. And was in charge of an underground. That is really cool, darling. That's you need to you gotta should get one of those write one of those family history books. And let's see, I'm related to the Siemens and Mott Street in New York City is family. That's really cool. Siemens Furniture. I've heard of Siemens and Ben Franklin, so not sure. Okay. All right. So you're going to see my little flowers up here, guys. Hopefully you can see. So, oh gosh, let me think here. I got to look at my own map or my own slideshow down here in the itty bitties. So, where can you guys see the little sun? Can you guys see the map okay? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see it all right? It's this is as big as I could get it. I guess I could have probably blown it up a little bit more. Um, you guys can see it okay, and you can see where I put the little flowers. I didn't know what else to put on there. I didn't have any, I didn't have a whole lot of options, so I thought, well, flowers are better than nothing. Something silly or like an X or something, but the one that's the sunflower that's right in the middle there, that's that's where the mausoleums are. So when we looked at the photograph, oh shoot. I was gonna put that photo up here. Um, darn it. Well, I guess I could grab here. Let me grab that slideshow just to kind of refresh your guys' memory because I don't think I is this it? All right, hang on. I just got to grab it real quick. It'll only take a second. Do, do, do. I'll sing to you guys while I look for it. Ah! No, I promise I won't do that to you. And is it this one? Here we go. All right. So where the sunflower is, that's where the mausoleums are. And the purple, the pink, and that little yellow flower next to the sunflower, and then there's the blue flower. These are the 4 that I showed you. And you can kinda see, right, like, how easy it would be, right? This is not the main section. This is and he is being, charged in Delaware County, and the cemetery is separated by that creek right there. What is it ca it's called something, I can't remember now. Something Creek. Cobb's Creek? Yeah, this says Cobbs Creek Boulevard, so I'm gonna go on the limb and say this little creek that runs through here is probably called Cobbs Creek. One side is Delaware County, and I think the other side is Philly, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure. So, since he's being charged in Delaware, that makes sense that all of these are right, like, all the ones he broke into are on the Delaware side. But it wouldn't have been too hard for him. I mean, he's got pretty easy access to it, looks like. I mean, he's got roads, like, he probably could just pull up, and they did say they caught him with a bag of bones, which ugh. Ugh. Yeah. So, also, let's see what else. There was something else that he had too. Um, I had a whole lot of notes on I have a whole lot of notes on the cemetery that we're gonna talk about, but before I talk about the next cemetery we're gonna watch, I'm gonna I'm gonna let you guys see Morgan so that but I just want to make sure I think he had so besides the house, he also had a storage unit where he also had more I thought they said more another corpse. So I'm a little confused when they said that they took 100 skulls out of his home. 'Cause now I'm wondering what about the storage unit? Because they said they removed bodies out of that too. So I'm really, so I have some questions about that. Oh, actually here. Yeah, here we go. I got this one. So this is the mausoleums. So that's on the map. That is where the sunflower was. So you could see, right? Like look at the tree coverage around there. Nobody's gonna see him back there, which is really sad. And I was trying to find these mausoleums on the Find a Grave, but there's so many. There's so many burials. What did I say there was? Like, uh, shoot, where's my notes from yesterday? Like 25,000 burials at this one, and it's 200 acres, and that includes the 2 VA cemeteries. So this place is monstrous. Like, yeah, no one would hear him, right, darling? Nobody's gonna hear him. No one's probably gonna see him, especially at night, right? Like, he's got a little headlamp on. He could have parked his car somewhere else, like, some little side road or something. They said they caught him with he had a bag full of bones. So I'm gonna imagine that he probably had his car parked someplace and just carried the bag out. But so one of these, there's one, two, three, four, five, six mausoleums right there, I think. Yeah. And a lot of these other and then but there's still a lot of these are that are underground crypts. So it's crazy. But this cemetery is huge. It's 200 acres, C. Smith. And I was saying on Sunday night, right? I live on like 40, just under 45 acres. And whew, trying to keep the trees and stuff off of my fence line, like the fence for my horses is a pain in the butt. So these people had their work cut out for them when this board went right. Like when that board member died, that was it. There was there's nothing they could do. And yeah, but you can see there's headstones that are knocked over. This is probably right now, because I took this off of the news. So, this is probably what it looks like right now. I don't see none of these look like they were broken into, but they might have them covered up too, so you can't see it. Yeah, and 200, that's huge, and it's right outside here. Did I have a here, I'll pop up the photos for so there's our and again, you can see where this is the map again. And over here, you can see up at the top, that's the naval plot. So that's one of the VA plots. And look how far there's the river on one side. The neighborhood's way over, right? He's operating down there near the river. So no one's going to see him out there. So that's how he got away with it. Well, he didn't get away with it. He got away with it for a little while. But who knows what he was doing at the other locations, especially when I tell you about this one. Um, that was the one I was gonna look up too, because this is one of the mausoleums there. So I was gonna look that one up and see. But yeah, so there's the mausoleums again. They're beautiful though. And somebody at one point, they paid a lot of money for these. This was a lot of money for those. But there's Philly. So you can see the skyline of the city, right? Like, right there. The little things that look like Washington monuments, those are, they call them obelisks. They're memorials. I can see writing on the side of them, so they're probably family monuments. These were pretty popular right about, trying to think, probably like 1880s up until probably 1900s. This was a pretty common one. We've got several in our local cemetery too, and that's about where they date from. And apparently they really liked them at this cemetery, because there's maybe these three all look the same. I'm wondering if this is like one continuous family plot or something here. Like I said, the find a grave, I could be going through there for a long time. I went down that rabbit hole. And I had to just come out, um, so that I could, piece some stuff together and at least make some kind of sense for you guys. And yeah, so this is my update on Mount Moriah, because I didn't want to let it yeah, that neighborhood. I can't imagine having this in my backyard, right? But there's as you're gonna I'm gonna as I talk about the other cemetery that he is, well, allegedly, um supposedly had broke into, and there's two missing corpses, yes, that's it, from this cemetery. And if this looks rough, guys, wait till you see the other one. It's gonna break your heart. It broke my heart. Like, I was kind of crying a little bit last night, because the news article, when they put the photo of the one of the bodies that is missing, and this is somebody's great grandma, and it's just heartbreaking. So, I'm gonna pop these off. And pop I'm gonna pop up. But I'm gonna put, Fair Hill Cemetery in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So, you spelled it right there, C. Smith. Blah, blah, blah. See, the more I say it, the more I make it sound weird. So, obulate. I said it right the first time. But yeah. Um, that's what the tall spire ones are usually called. They could be they could be grave markers, or they could just be also like statuary too, because the this was a Victorian designed cemetery where it was supposed to be not just a graveyard, not just a cemetery. It was also supposed to be like a parks, like an open park space. So there was a place where people could come and do park things, right? Like, they could come and have picnics, kids could play, they could walk on the paths, right, like, around the cemetery. So, Victorians really liked that sort of thing. That was, they were very close to their dead, and I've always loved that. That's one thing at least I like about the Victorians. They weren't, I mean, they saw so much death, it wasn't, they weren't afraid of it at that point. The Civil War, so many men that were lost during the Civil War, infant mortality, uh, children not making it usually past the age of 5, even if they did survive infancy. So these people saw a lot of loss. So one of the ways they, right, instead of, they embraced it and they made their cemeteries beautiful so that they could still be near their loved ones, near the deceased. So yeah, it's very, this would have been probably so beautiful at one time, and hopefully it gets back there again. It looks like they're doing a very good job, but it's gonna take a long time. And why the city? I mean, those are questions I have for a lot of these places, and I know what the answer is. It's just because there's no budget, right? This is not a city cemetery, it was owned by a board, and that's their responsibility. It's not the city's. It's not owned by the county, it's not owned by the city, it's owned by a group of people, and human error, people spend all the money, money runs out after a while, and that perpetual care, it ceases. I don't think there's really a guarantee for that. So remember that when you go to be buried, that you might not necessarily um get to stay there. Or well, you might get to stay there, but it might just go back to like nature, which I don't know. There is something nice about that. Like, I like the fact that you can go, you're going back to nature, right? Like that. But you go back to nature is one thing, but when it opens you up to these types of people, that's a different thing altogether. Like, they still need to be protected, they still need to be watched over, and if that's these are people's family, and not all of them have somebody left behind to care for their graves, their plots. Somebody's gotta step up. So, like I always say, like, when I go to cemeteries, if I see, like, a headstone that looks really like it hasn't been cleaned, or, like, it's looking in pretty bad shape, I get the D2 spray out, I'll spray it down and let that do its magic. I will pull weeds up, I will if I've got irises, I'll plant some irises around it to just make it look pretty because right, like This might I might be the last person that comes there and says their name out loud because there might not be anybody left anymore that knows who that person was, and to me, that means something. So, I think it's important we just take care of cemeteries, even if it's like, if you live near one that's, like, run down and sad, if you got a lawnmower, maybe just drive out there and mow it. Uh, um, those are things I would do. I haven't mowed the grass at them because some of the ones I go to are freaking huge, but, I have planted flowers, I've picked up stuff, like branches and all of that, so but it's more than one person can do, and it looks like they've got, I mean, it does look like they've got things covered, but you still need, like, police to, like, drive through there, like I was saying about my local cemetery, right? Like, it's right next to our police fire department complex. If I'm out there, I always see a police car will right, like, one of the SUVs will drive through, and they'll drive around, and they kinda check stuff out, and every time I'm there, I see a car I see the police come through, so it's kind of fortunate that they're so close to the cemetery, like, they're right next to each other, but, yeah, that's not true for all cemeteries, especially little out of the way country ones, but there's no excuse for this one. And this is right there in Philly, like, right there, right? Like, if you could see the skyline, I can't imagine this being Chicago or New York. I just it blows my mind. It's still I'm having a hard time with this one, but I I understand how it can happen. I like the idea of incorporating a cemetery into the living room. So do I. Yeah, I go and I take my lunch and I'll sit there and relax while I'm waiting for the kid to get done with band practice because the um where they practice at the football field is like just like literally across the road. So I can sit there and I can listen to the music and then I can walk around, take photos of the graves and headstones, and I could have my dinner, my lunch, whatever it is at that. And they're very peaceful and they're full of wildlife. So if you like birds, deer, squirrels, all every right, they all come through there. And it's beautiful. It's just very peaceful, which it should be. And then you got these people and it blows my mind. It just blows my mind that, yeah, he took advantage of it. Um, doesn't matter in my eyes, all cemeteries should automatically be taken care of. I think so too, but look at all the things that we've got living people that are going without as well. So, I mean, I get it. I understand, but and then I don't. Um Yeah, back to nature without the pervs and the jerks and right, like this guy just there should be no market. There is no market. There should be no market. It should not be legal. It is not legal. There is you should not be able to sell human bones. And this is one thing I want this is you know, Morgan's going to talk about, right? Like this is not legal. Like what they're doing except on Facebook and Instagram. They have a group for buying human skulls, and the guy was putting photos of what he had on Instagram, but yet it wasn't just this last couple of months, he'd been posting them for a while. Hello, Instagram. Like, long they weren't they wouldn't post the photos from Instagram on there because they showed human remains, right? But Instagram did. They didn't care. I again, mind blown. Because to me, if I were to see that, I would report that instantly. And to me, I don't care if, like, people be like, "Oh, well, it's fake. It can't be real." I don't care. If you're telling people that this is real, I'm gonna report it. and I don't know why it didn't get reported. And if it did get reported, why wasn't it taken seriously? Why wasn't it shut down? Why did he not lose? I was in Facebook jail for way far less because I got into an argument with somebody over a political statement, and I was in Facebook jail for like a week or something, right? Yet these people are selling human bones, but they've got a whole community. Uh, I don't know. You guys explain it to me if you understand it because I sure the hell don't. I it's yeah. Like maybe if we shut those that shit down, maybe I mean there's still the dark web, but they're not even going on the dark web. This isn't they're not even hiding it. It's right out in the open. The guy was posting, "I'm off to sell a skull." Right? So it's not like he was trying to hide anything about it. Yeah, can of gas, riding lawnmower, and a sun hat. You put some earbuds in, put your headphones on, whatever, right? And just put on your Britney Spears or whatever the hell you listen to and mow some grass, right? Because once that gets out of control, God, it's a lot. It's too much for like it's a lot of time after that. Like once that grass and stuff gets out of control and the little trees start the little tiny little twigs start becoming like saplings and big trees, it's a freaking mess. And hello Ernesto. I thought you were here earlier. I think they were messing with me though, but hi Ernie. Any good orbs in the pictures? There was one in the mausoleum, but I'm gonna say that was probably dust, Darlene. Um, I'm just gonna go with that because it is a dirty old mausoleum. I mean, those things are probably it's just probably full, right? Just probably full of stuff. So, Nequel says, "You got me looking up my people." um, I hope he's not related to you. I doubt he is, but jeez, like I'm like everybody kept saying, like, how did nobody smell this stuff? How did nobody? I mean, he was posing for pictures, right? Like with a skull. You can tell it's a freaking human skull. I know like 3D printers are really freaking awesome. They're not that good. You got to be a really good artist. Like I would still like report and ask questions later. I would be like, "Okay, this looks like this looks suspiciously like a real human skull. Where the hell did you get that? Because there's no reason you should have one. There's only one legitimate way to get it, right? And that is to take it off a dead person and unless it's you're the only one that has a right to say what happens to your remains. Um So, like, I have so many questions, and that's why I was going through all the videos today because I wanted to see if anybody answered that, like, how are these Facebook how is this Facebook group allowed to be up and operating when a lot of true crime groups get shut down too, right? Like, there was a Karen Reed group I was in that got shut down. Um, Yet these people it's not just him. There's others. People bought these things from this man. These people somebody is missing their great grandpa or their great grandmas. There's infant remains that they found. But what if he did this at somebody's child that they lost? Because that's not hard enough to lose a baby. But this SOB comes in there and digs up that alone, to me, is enough for him to, like, never, ever, ever get out of prison. I'm sorry. And we don't have that many subscribers, so I'm not worried about getting in trouble. for speaking my mind, um, because no. If that was I found out oh my gosh, yeah, whoo. Hey, guys, I'm gonna do a palate cleanser real quick because Tombstones is getting really agitated and, whoo, and that's okay. It's okay, Ernie. I've been, as you could tell, just got I just got really fired up, so, yeah, I'm gonna play, um I'm gonna do we want some funnies? Because I'm really upset. Gosh. Woo! And hello, Willis. Welcome. I haven't seen you in the chat before, so hello and welcome. If they put a coffee shop in a cemetery and offered free coffee, maybe there would be more lawn mowing. Um, I'm all for that. I would be, there I did see for Mount Moriah that they were I don't know if anybody near like where you guys are, like, they have, like, what they call, like, party in the park, like, some of our local towns, like, they'll have, like, a town center, like, that little park in the middle of town where they'll have a band or now I'm not necessarily saying they need to have a band, like, in the cemetery, but hey, I'm sure those people loved music at one time too. So, maybe not at the Quaker cemetery because I don't know if they probably didn't dance and that kind of stuff, but, um, Mount Moriah, I did see that they were gonna have, like, I think movies in the park, which I thought was I'm like, "That's a brilliant freaking idea." Like, I would go to a cemetery if they put up, like, a big screen and everybody goes and, like, they could play be perfect for creepy movies. People would love that, and I think it would be I mean, make a little bit of money for the cemetery. They could pay people to actually mow the lawns and things, but I'm not They I think you should treat I think they should be treated more like a park, and maybe people wouldn't be so afraid of death. Like, cemeteries are not don't be afraid of them, guys. They're not creepy, scary, they're not. Nothing's gonna reach up out of the ground and grab you. Um, yes, I've had a couple paranormal experiences at them, but none of them have hurt me, and if anything, I was probably the first person that they'd seen in a really long time. They probably got excited, and that makes me feel kinda nice that I was there to say, "Hi," like, they were probably very excited about it. So, walk down a row of headstones, say their names out loud, and let them know that they're not forgotten. And maybe somebody somewhere is gonna do that for your ancestors, for your great-great-grandparents, and so on and so forth, and maybe if you plant some flowers or even just go leave some flowers on a grave or yeah, maybe somebody will do that for your ancestors as well. So, like, kind of a pay it forward, but cemetery. So, yeah, Facebook jail shit between hubby and I every other week, right? During the election, I had friends that were were, like, in Facebook jail all the time. One friend got it suspended for, like, a freaking month because she said some stuff about, our current president. And what about freedom of speech, right? I don't think selling human bones qualifies under freedom of speech. That is illegal. That's illegal. So, yeah. Um, yeah, we need a cool Ugh, Ernie, we may be tapping into something here. Don't tell Willis, because 'cause we'll take this. Is it Willis or Will? Let me know what you wanna be called, because 'cause I'll just make up a nickname for you if you don't, but Ernesto, I know where your brain's going, and so is mine. Wouldn't that be like, you could just have a little cart, sell, like, some little donuts and some coffee, and Yeah, I think this could be a thing. Everybody could do this, pay the guy, bring them some coffee when they're down there mowing the lawn. Um, and Equal says, "My 3 are all at beta night." Oh, for with the kids. Oh gosh. My kid went to sleep early. He was beat, after school today, so I'm like, "Yay." Let's make it a cartoon. The cemetery coffee? Let's do it. Um, Daria. Ooh, a little goth girl selling coffee at the cemetery. I like that. Um, Equal says, "Not the thief, but potentially some of the bones. I got people in Silver Spring Cemetery and St. John's Cemetery so far that I know of." Um, I'm gonna keep us updated. I'm keeping my nose to the no, keeping my ear to the ground. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna keep waiting for updates because as soon as I find out any more cemeteries, but I'm gonna star your comment there, Equal, just so that if either of those two come up, hopefully I will remember. Like sometimes I forget stuff, so that streamnesia that goes on, it's real. And Darlene says, "Touch any of my relatives, you're sorry, potty mouth is pissed. Toombs is pissed too." That's why I want us to enjoy Joseph Scott Morgan. I'm gonna play a couple little we're gonna Cold and Covered, who she's in our Discord. She does these Monday funnies. So I don't think I can play it with the music, but I'm gonna play them. Let's get a little laugh out of us before we go, because the next part is mm, it- if we're upset about Mount Moriah, we're really gonna be upset about the Good Shepherd Memorial Park. Um, yeah, you can see my hands are getting really twitchy right now because I want to punch somebody. After watching OB's show, on it, the algos gave me a horrific prop photo. Oh my god, photo of hooks being reviewed on Amazon. Looked like they found. Oh no, that didn't come up on mine. Thank God. Is that what the tent oh, oh god, I don't is that what the take do we need another do we need a sage real quick? Here, hang on. Let's sage real quick, and then we'll watch some funnies, and then we'll do we'll do Joseph Scott Morgan, and then I'll do the next cemetery. Oh Lord, this is rough. We sage that shit, Ernesto. It's done. I got it. Oh my gosh, my butt's getting tired. Um, and Equal says, "I think it's crazy to worry about mowing when all they need are uh dare I say the word? Scotland." Scotland and Ireland, right? Like the UK, it's not unusual to see like the sheep grazing like through the cemetery. I would not mind a little goat goat poo, right? Like I wouldn't mind any of that. It's just fertilizer. So if there are flowers planted there, it's only going to make things more beautiful. It's only going to make the grass greener. So I would not be that wouldn't upset me. Uh but and you know what? The goats would probably eat those plastic flowers too cuz I could just plant some bulbs. They'll come back every year, plant some irises, plant something um that isn't uh artificial. I know some of them look kinda nice, but then you know what happens? They don't get taken off the graves, then they blow all over the place, and then there's these little bit alright, I'll get off that soapbox too. What you talk about, Willis? Um, yeah, I think they should too. I think that'd be a good idea. They coulda put like, temporary fencing up around some of those goats woulda had those saplings, that would have been stripped bare in, like, a day or 2. We had 1 mama goat and a little baby goat one summer that we borrowed, and they cleared a whole fence line. Like, when I was a kid, just cleared it. There wasn't anything left. They were awesome. Food truck I could see some food trucks. I think have movies. I know a lot of the cemeteries have, like, an open space. Um, Mount Moriah definitely does. They have, like, those open ones, right? We have parties in the Mount Auburn Cemetery. They have bird watching, poet trail tours, art expositions, an art center, a concert hall, laser show. Somebody Somebody send this to Mount Moriah and let them know that they can do some more things there so that they could right? Like, I'm all about that. I think that's just, Charlie says I'd be hanging out with tombs. I have a lot of fun in the cemeteries. I do. I love, like I said, I go out there and I always have my earbuds in so that when I'm saying hi to all the graves, like, when I'm reading the headstones and saying hello to everybody. As I choke to death. I just pretend like I'm on a call. So, like, it makes it look like I'm not crazy because I have had people walk up on me and they're like, um, "What's this girl over here doing?" I'm not talking to myself. I'm just interviewing the residents. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's what I'm doing. You can even get married. Oh, that would I could marry my ghost husband at Mount Auburn. We'll probably meet at a cemetery anyway. That's probably how it's gonna work out, right? And Clip says they have little stations with buckets, trash grabbers at our beaches. They could put one at every cemetery with a bucket rake. People can clean up as they walk. Win-win. Ours, I'm not the only person that goes and walks. So, yeah, there's a lot of people, especially during the summer when it's nice, right? A lot of people out there walking. They bike through. Yeah, I wish this 200 acres at Mount Moriah, right? Like that that's substantial. I can't even imagine living on 200 acres. I would lose my mind. Like this is enough for me. This is too much actually for me. Um yeah, cemetery weddings and power station weddings are popular. Power station weddings. I gotta see one of those. I'm gonna have to Google that after the stream's over with because I gotta check that out. That would be kind of cool. But I'm down for a cemetery wedding, and that's not even yeah, I got a little black heart. I'm a little goth inside, but, that'd still be really cool. Especially if it was, like, someplace like, I'm gonna say it, like Scotland or Ireland or, like, the UK because, like, a lot of their churches have the attached right? Like, the graveyard, because it's a graveyard if it's attached to a church, right? I think that would be so beautiful to walk out the church and then to have the headstones and to have oh gosh, yeah. Have my guy in his kilt. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna scroll down here. Oh, man, I don't wanna miss any of your comments because 'cause they're all good. Here, I can pop them up while I play the funnies here real quick. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see. I'm gonna stop the screen. I'm just gonna have to add it back. All right. I'm gonna play the Monday Funnies, and then I'm gonna see if I can share a link because 'cause I'm gonna try this, see if it works because I just learned how to do it. Um, can you guys oh, nope, I can't see it yet, hang on. Oh, there it is. Oh, why is it so tiny? Is that bigger? Alright, don't judge me on the stuff that, I've got over here on the side. One of them is Shiloh, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Um, can I make that bigger? Hang on, guys, let me see. I don't know if I can make it bigger without oh, there we go. Is that better? Yay! Alright, now I'm gonna play it. And then I'm gonna see so she does these she puts music to it, but she all these little memes, they're so funny. I love them. I'm gonna drop her, me just a second while this plays because I'm going to see and you guys go like and subscribe to her. And she's in the Discord. Um, alright, let's see if this works. Did it work? Did I do it right? I think I did it right, didn't I? Yep. Yay! I did it! Oh my god. Yay! I thought her memes, her little slideshow would be a good palate cleanser in between some of these. Hello, Erica. We're watching a palate cleanser. I mean, I should just play the music. I'm probably gonna get copyrighted anyway when I play Joseph Scott Morgan, but, um, selling their buttholes on TikTok. Oh, I could you know what? I could load some next time I'll load some music. So help me out, I'm a bit lost here. Are you planning on hitting sports mode today or are you more secret agent vibe? That's my favorite one. Oh. Doop, doop, doop. Oh, look, I can put your guys' comments back on this. You guys are supposed to remind me to do that. All right. I missed some of your guys' comments, so boo, boo. I see Mia. Mia woke up to get saged. Yay! Sorry, guys. I have to laugh because I'm gonna probably get angry all over again when we talk about the next cemetery. All right. Oh. Ernie, I'll be leaving on shit, when am I leaving? The 18th? February 18th? Yeah, I think you're right too, equal. I don't think all the victims would necessarily yeah, they're not gonna because he's got other places, I'm sure. Florida no, we're talking about, we went back clips and talked about the one in, Pennsylvania that, um, that oh, wait, share this tab, okay. Is he up there? Oh, there he is. Alright, guys, sorry. I'm a little congested, that didn't sound like the growl I intended it to be. Um, we went back to Mount Moriah Cemetery again clips, and I was showing what I believe may be the family plots that, uh, Jonathan Gerlach was potentially are the ones that he broke into. So those were the ones I was showing since I was able to figure out where they were. I figured out where the mausoleums were located because I didn't know that on Sunday night when we talked about it. So I had to do a little exploring and got on Find a Grave and yeah, and then I went down that rabbit hole and I'm gonna go back because it was so much fun. I gotta go back. So here's our man. Oh, yeah, he's something else. All right, so I'm gonna go. Mia, hopefully you woke up for Joseph Scott Morgan. People with 3 names. I should be like Tombstones. I gotta get a 3rd name in there because Tombs is my first name, Stones is my middle one. I need a good last name. Um, all right. Do I have let me double check. All right, the sound is on. Um, dude, we have hillside goat maintenance on our highways here. Oh, I love goats. Yeah, what the hell? Get some goats. Yeah, they need some goats. Too too lazy to watch them. Um, there's probably something to that there. Yeah, Erica, they're probably too somebody's probably too lazy to watch them. It's whoa. That is a lot of money. $250,000 to have your cremains put in the wall. That damn. Um, don't die, guys. That's a lot of money. Um, there's cheaper places. There's a lot cheaper places. But yeah, it's not even for ashes, but check your if you have a family plot, I'll give you a little advice. Here, let no, I don't want to put my face up there right now. My nose is getting stuffy. I might be coming down with a little bit of a cold again, but um, power station or I get married at a fire station too. Okay, you guys are getting me sidetracked. um, all right, I'm gonna scroll down here because I think I missed a bunch. With the knife one, I know. Tombstones McBones. I like it. I'm starring that. That's gonna go on a t-shirt. That's gonna be merch. Just bury me in the yard, just flush me down the toilet. These are all good options, guys. All right. All right. Um, I should probably just do a whole episode on this because yeah, like I said, shit, we're gonna end up being here another 4 hours tonight, right? But hopefully not. If not, I've got plenty to fill that 4 hours. But if you have a family plot and you can get permission to be buried in your family plot, if you get cremated, you would only have to pay you have to check the cemetery rules. This is at least true for a lot of the local cemeteries by us. You would just have to pay for whichever one you want to go in. So, so I have my great-grandparents. Like, if I wanted to go into like, they're both in coffins, but if I'm cremated, they could put my cremains in with their coffins. Does that make sense? Am I explaining that right? So inside each one of the vaults, the burial vaults, you can put a coffin and you can put at least at our cemetery, you can put up to 3 sets of cremains in there. And then sometimes you could even have, like, double vaults where you could put 2 coffins in 1 vault. So, 1 burial spot, 2 coffins, and I think you could probably still put cremains in there as well. So that's always like, if you want to go in with family, that was an option, like, that was something I had thought about. So these are all things to right, like, but do it before you die. Because after you die, it's gonna be a little hard then to have things figured out, right? But, definitely check into things like that. If you, like, say your grandparents, you don't like, I don't mind going in with my grandma and grandpa or whatever. Like, my grandmother, my grandpa was cremated, but my grandmother doesn't want to be. She's still with us, thank God, and he's just going to go in his cremains are going to go in with her and her, so like one burial spot, right? And the two of them will be in there together. So there's a lot of things you can do, and like I said, you only have to pay for them to essentially dig down. Well, you or your family has to pay for them to just open up the grave, right, and remove the vault lid, and that's a whole lot cheaper than buying a whole plot. Because 'cause I'll tell you what, the prices are crazy, and a lot of city cemeteries, sometimes if you're a resident of the city, you can get a cheaper burial plot. If I know a lot of township cemeteries, sometimes you can actually get a free plot. You have to pay for all the burial stuff, like, you have to pay for, right, like, the digging and the vault and the burial, but you don't have to pay for the plot. So, these are things to check out, like, around wherever you are in your area and see what there is so you don't have to pay $250,000 for your cremains to go into a wall niche. Because that's a little crazy. Unless you've got a lot of money, then, hey, you can't take it with you, so go for it, right? Um, I mean, if I had unlimited money, I probably would just start, I don't trust, you know, I'd leave my son a good portion of it, but I'd also blow a lot of it too because I'd have fun before I go, so and Equal says, "I tell my children just to take me up onto a mountain when it's time and leave me." Oh, like this Native Americans, right? Like, that was one tradition. They'd go take the long was it the long walk or the long ride? I can't remember what they called it. If someone knows, shout out in the chat. But just Clip says, "Just bury me in the yard." That could be merch. You know what? I'm starring that. Darlene says, "I have some of my mom's ashes and my favorite aunt's ashes, so I wanted to do a few diamonds for my grandkids." That's a really good idea. I'm starting to wonder if this old engagement ring that I have here is, somebody's, because he probably got it at a pawn shop, right? Now you guys put that in my head on Sunday night that there's probably somebody's ashes in it. And Willis says, "They manufacture jerseys at one of the factories just for that purpose." And Erica, "Most don't know this, but it is illegal to bury family on your land. Funeral homes don't. It is legal to bury family on your land. Funeral homes don't want you to know." So, Erica, you have to check. It's state by state, and it's usually regulated by the county in which you live in. So you have to don't go bury grandma until you check or anybody else. Definitely go check out, what the laws and rules are, because it does vary state by state, because even though, um, like, I know in Michigan, anyway, you can you can bury on your land family, or I don't think it necessarily has to be family, but you can have a family burial ground, and it's legal. However, it has to be, what's the word I'm looking for? It has to be sectioned off. So it is not um once it is classified as a family cemetery, family plot, that's that's what it will be for forever. It's not part of the property. Say, like, you have 20 acres and you take a acre off and you want your whole family buried there, so say there's, like, 10 of you, and you take an acre, you have to have that sectioned off from the rest of your property. That is at least in Michigan. So you have to check and see, like, what the laws are, and, like, you still have to do, like, if they require you to have a vault, you still have to do all those things. So it's not as simple as just, like, don't just go dig a hole and put grandma in it. Double check first, because yeah, a lot of places, they do have stipulations, and that has to be sectioned off. Because I actually kinda thought about that for my mom. I thought she would have really liked that to be here, but then I was like, "No, she really liked the cemetery that she and I always we went there a lot." So, and we walked down there and cleaned headstones and planted flowers, and, yeah, she's who I got my love of cemeteries from, so I knew that's where she wanted to be, but I did think about, right? Like, I thought about that, and I did look up what the Michigan laws were, so just check out what they are in your area. I know, gosh, I think it somebody in Arizona, I watched a video. Her grandparents passed away, they lived on a homestead, and they're buried on the homestead. So, I'm not quite sure, so maybe if it's a homestead situation, like, I'm sure there's a whole lot of things that you have to, like, legal stuff that you have to make sure happens, right? But definitely check out in your area, you can. Um, but I mean, you still are gonna have to have somebody, right, come and dig a hole. Well, I'll come dig a hole for you if you guys want. I'm really good at them, and my bucket makes I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but I make a really good, coffin size hole. That if that helps you at all. Um, yeah, I tell you what, plots it's expensive. It depends on where you like, especially if you're big cities, and yeah. Woof, and donate to science. And yeah, Ernesto, like I was telling you guys the story about she'd be my great grandfather's sister. She did that, and when they finished with the medical study, they she was cremated, and then she came then she came back to the family. They buried her, put her cremains in with I think she went in there with my great-great-grandmother, I think that's how it went. And Darlene says, "Yes, the natives have what they call the long walk." That's what I thought it was. Some float them out on rafts in is that Alaska? Is that AK? Ooh, I know it's horrible that I don't know that, but, you could have burials at sea. I think you only have to pay the people that take you out there, right? Like, there's a whole lot of I would love a Viking funeral. I think that would be so cool. I yeah. It'd be kinda cool. Put me out on Lake Michigan, but man, don't miss. Was my luck, they'd miss and I'd end up floating over to Chicago or something and washing up. Oh, that's not how I wanna go to Chicago. I don't yeah. And Erica's, "Yep, have to claim the body for the funeral home and notify the state." And they have to be embalmed as well. Well, Darlene, not necessarily. You have to check your local you have to see too because, yeah, embalming, you don't necessarily have to be embalmed. So, you have to check a check with your I we'll do a I'll get into we'll have to do a whole episode on that because it is really it's fascinating, especially, like, state by state too, so it's gonna vary a lot, and, yeah, cremains are way easier to take care of. Because if you just wanna scatter them on your own property, you can do whatever you want on your own property. If you own it, you can scatter whatever you want on there. Yeah, I don't think you have to ask anybody, and how are they gonna know if you did anyway? Yeah. Darlene says, "My husband's stepdad wants a Viking funeral." I wonder if they'd let you do that. I'd have to ask. They probably won't let you do it on Lake Michigan, though, so, and Ernie says, "So stop digging." Got it. Yeah, Darlene, yeah, I think they do it depends too, right, where you are, but, like, Michigan, they've required, burial vaults since like 1953, I think it is, like right around there, beginning of the 50s. Everybody buried except for in the Jewish cemeteries, I believe, because they have to be like it's their coffin in the ground, right? Um yeah. Um RPG at a Viking funeral. All right. Are you guys ready to listen to him? I'm so afraid this is going to get me a copyright. It probably will. So, are you guys ready? Are we ready to break the rules? If they can post shit on Facebook about selling bodies, come on, YouTube. Let us play him because he's awesome. All right, here we go, guys.
Morgan, professor of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University. Always great to have you here on Law and Crime. Wow. This case, just hearing to be a detective and to walk into this man's house in Lancaster County and to see what they say he saw. I know you have seen a lot in your career and probably, I don't know if anything can keep you up late at night after, just a career of the work that you do.
You know who you are. You're the person that never fit in. You're the person when everybody says it's good enough, you say, no, it's not.
I just first, before we dive into it, have you ever seen a case like this? Because I can't imagine the detectives after walking into this home and seeing what they saw to be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, not on this scale. This is, people throw this term around, Chris. I hate to use it, but it's almost industrial scale. When you think about how much time is involved in trying to get these kind of remains. So if you're a detective and you're used to working, I don't know, you think burglaries and theft, this is a theft case at the beginning, but then it gets really, really dark. One of the terrifying things about this to me, I hate basements. and the fact that these police officers would have had to have, from what we're hearing, would have had to have descended down into the basement of this home. It's almost like a Silence of the Lambs moment.
Yeah.
When you think about it, the horror that was revealed to the closest thing I can think of is this guy's back in the 50s in Plainview, Wisconsin, when they walked into Ed Gein's house and they saw what they beheld before them is something that they couldn't even, it's like, what, am I seeing this right? Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
Well, and that was it. Is like, it is cliche to be like, it was straight out of a horror movie. And I'm guilty of using that term or saying it was like a TV show. But this one, truly, when you just hear about what was in the show or in the home, you're just like, how is this even possible? Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre level, just terror when you think of all these things in. The other part of it, too, is that like we found his Instagram. And we couldn't show the pictures on YouTube because, they're human remains and there's kind of rules about that. But you just go through, he wasn't allegedly hiding anything. This was open market of, hey, I have this, I have that. And then there's this Facebook group that he was part of where people are, it was a public Facebook.
And this is why I don't feel bad because he wasn't hiding any of this, right? Like it was right out there that he was selling it. So, I don't feel bad when I call him when I say bad things. And yeah, hopefully I don't get in trouble. Hopefully this stream doesn't get taken down because this has been a good one. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Group. We looked at it and people are just selling human remains like bones. Like, is that legal? I've never seen that, or I guess I've never paid attention to it before, but like, how is there an open, like almost legal market for this type
There's not an open market for it. These things are tightly controlled. We've covered a couple of cases. I know I have on body bags. You guys may have at Law and Crime because these things went to trial. Are you familiar with these cases like where there are funeral homes that are dismembering bodies and they're selling the parts for medical research that are out there? I think there was like one I know of in Colorado. But the way this differs is that that's like fresh tissue, when you think about that. And, we use anatomical specimens in order to study human anatomy. Obviously, even here at Jack State, I have a human anatomy lab that I use for my medical legal classes. And I have human remains. but those are sourced through a very specific controlled environment. You're talking about an individual that has he's obviously fancies himself an entrepreneur, right? He's going to go out and essentially rob graves. Um, One of the images that came to mind was, and forgive me because I like visiting graveyards. I'm from New Orleans originally, so if you ever get the chance to go to New Orleans, one of the things that you
All right, guys. Something in this universe is telling me that I have to go to New Orleans because what this is so weird, right? Like, I love him. Now, if Cece comes on and says that she likes to hang out in cemeteries, I'm gonna be equally as excited. But he is so cool. I did not know he liked cemeteries this much, so he rose up so high in my esteem with that. All right, here we go.
do down there are cemetery tours, and there's a lot of beauty in them, particularly the mausoleums. And I'm
Yep.
thinking, this guy, if he is, has this entrepreneurial bent to him, when he walks into, and I'm thinking about the Mount Moriah cemetery, um, dude, it's like walking into a big box store for him. Just think about that, because now he's reduced the grief, the horror, the loneliness, all of the stuff that these families experienced, maybe going back to all the way to the 1850s. Mount Moriah was established in the 1850s. It's a Victorian era cemetery. He's taken all that and monetized it. Just let that sink in just for a second. And that again is one piece to this that's beyond kind of like the horror narrative. This gets into literally flesh trade at this point in time,
Yeah.
where you're benefiting off of this exchange that's going on. The fact that they were so bold that they're going to have this on Facebook. You got to be kidding me, man! And apparently, no one was batting an eye at it initially.
No, and I think too of just how brazen this is, not just the selling allegedly of these bones and skulls and all the different things that he had and other people online as well. But since he is facing the charges for this, Gerlach, at the scene they found like a half-drank monster. They found like a Marlboro cigarette. Like, he did not hide the fact that he was doing this. And I don't know, if he felt like it was something that people weren't going to pick up on it or track him down to it, or maybe it wasn't a big deal. He thought in his own weird way. I don't know, but it's like he didn't hide any part of this. And the question too, for me, is like, I think of these families, and there are some remains that are 200 years old that he allegedly stole, but then there's also the remains of infant children from modern time. Yeah. How do you now sift through like what?
Yeah, Darlene, and even the cadaver, like the cadaver skin and bones that they use for surgery, like I have in my hip when I had to have my hip fixed after my horse riding accident, the cartilage that I have in my hip is cadaver from a cadaver, but that is right like that like Morgan said, that is that is through like organ donors, right? Like when you're a registered owner organ or I did it again. When you're a registered organ donor, right? Like that is where they're going to get their like the skin for skin grafts and right, yeah. Well, I make a lot of funny little faux pas, and that's just the beginning. Yeah. So I keep pausing it because I'm hoping if I pause it enough that maybe Law and Crime won't get too upset with me that they won't copyright me for this, but I think they still will. But all right, I'm going to start it back again and shut my mouth for a minute.
What is the science behind figuring out who these people are and how you get the families the remains back?
Yeah, this is a big piece to this, Chris, and it is, it's a fight. We've had other cases in the past. I'm thinking right now, and I urge everybody within the sound of my voice to check out this case. It's the Tri-County crematory case out of Georgia that involved three separate tri-county or tri-state, I'm sorry, Alabama, Tennessee, and Georgia, and this was a crematory where a guy was, literally not cremating remains. He was allowing the remains to decompose on his property and giving back families burned wood and ash and gravel in a sealed thing. And so they still have cases, from this is back in the 90s, I think, or the early 2000s, where some of those remains are unidentified. How much more so with a case like this? Because you've got these kind of remains that go back, like I stated, perhaps all the way to the 1850s. Okay. And then you have modern cases. I think that this is going to be a big area. This is just my opinion, a big area where forensic genetic genealogy could actually play a role. There's a case that we covered on body bags that Othram handled.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
And
Yeah, sorry about the commercials, guys, but I spent enough money on everything else I've got, so I still don't have I probably should just suck it up and pay for the YouTube thing. But like he said, I like that he brought up right Othram Labs, because they are going to have all these, right, like 100 pieces of bones that they're going to have to identify and hopefully get back to the right place. And the scary thing is, some of these people may not have living descendants for them to even be able to track down who they are. And this is, I think that's the saddest part to me, is that you're if he just took heads, like the skulls of these remains, I don't know how they're going to match those up with the remains unless they do genetic genealogy. And with 100 I mean, right now it's just 100, right? Like, I don't know about the storage locker. I'm still waiting to see what that all entails, because I don't know if it's 100 altogether, home and the storage locker, or if it's just 100 in the home and then there's more in the storage locker. Haven't figured that out yet. If somebody knows, let me know. Put it in the chat if you guys have heard something different. I would like to know that. I couldn't watch any more tonight before I went live, so I don't know if they've said anything else about it. But yeah, and one set. So what we know about when they do like Jane Does and John Does and baby does, right? How long it takes to do one person's, they've got to run their DNA, they've got to track down their descendants, and that's a lot of work. And if they don't have any descendants, living descendants that have, or they have living descendants but they haven't done DNA tests, it's going to be really hard for them. And then they have to do this for at least 100. So, and that's not including what he may have already sold. So, because this is not his first, these aren't the first ones that he's stolen. So I'm sure there's a whole lot more out there. All right. I'm going to let Joseph Scott Morgan continue, and his voice sounds very dreamy in my headphones, and I'm so happy I have them. I may have to play this later for
involving, it was called the Lady in the Well case. And this lady had gone missing in just after World War One, and they recovered skeletal remains down in this well. She had been a murder victim. And I think that the police showed, and this is in Toronto, I think, police showed up at her granddaughter's home and said, "Are you related to this person?" And it turned out she was. They did a genetic match there. But he's got so many remains, Chris, that this is going to be a Herculean effort on the part of whoever's going to get them identified. The first thing that you're going to have to do is go to all of these little sites. And I don't buy into, they're saying that this may have begun back in November. I ain't buying that. I think that this guy he's very comfortable with this. I would suspect that they're probably tracking back to wherever he's been domiciled before, or if there are any other similar burglaries. It kind of sounds weird to say that about a graveyard, right? Burglary/thefts in other associated graveyards, or maybe he's got people that are involved with him, because this is like a land rush, man. I mean, you get in here.
So if you guys want to get away with anything on Facebook, like if you want to have like a secret Karen, like free Karen Reed group on Facebook, just put the title as Human Bones and Skull Selling Group, because apparently they don't do anything to you. They'll just let you do whatever you want to do in there. It's got 5.3K members, and it's a public group, so it's not even set to private. Yes, I'm getting very upset right now. So I apologize if I start screaming into the mic. I'm going to sit back a little bit because I am screaming. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if I blew anybody out of their pants when I just jumped up and screamed. So yeah, I don't understand how you have a Facebook group with this title. It's public and there's 5.3K members. How many do you think there's only 100 human remains that this man, I mean, that's what they caught him with. What has he already sold, right? Um, it's this blows my, like, I'm getting so angry with this. Like I said, I know a Karen Reed group that got shut down because people got all up in arms and got their panties in a twist, right? So but yet this is, because it's supposed to be illegal. You're not supposed to be able to do this. And Erica, it's not gonna be months. This is gonna take years and years. It's gonna be, unless they get volunteers, and I'm not even sure how that would work with this being a police investigation. I don't know if they would take volunteer, like, genetic genealogists. This would be a good one to figure out. Like, I would be more than happy to help with something like this, because this is going to take a lot of people. Like, I'll find let me look up for Thursday. I'll look up and see if I can find like the average of how long it takes for them when they get remains, like how long it on the average it takes. But like I said, with the genetic genealogy, it's only going to work if they have living descendants that have taken DNA tests, right? They're going to be able to track them down to a certain degree, but maybe not conclusively. So, my biggest fear is that these people's remains are going to either sit in a warehouse somewhere, like, right, like police evidence lockers, or in the end, they're going to go in a communal grave because they don't know where they belong. And that's, that, yeah, I'm sorry. And I'm going to breathe, Darlene. I'm trying hard.
Here, and people feel comfortable robbing graves. So you're going to have this commingling of remains. You talked about, how he's kind of storing these bodies. Well, were the bodies intact when he got them? Was there still any remnant of tissue, clothing that were holding the bodies in place to a certain degree in an intact state, or is everything gone? You're just talking about multiple skeletal remains. Well, how do you treat these? Because, for instance, if we're recovering a body, myself along with, forensic anthropologists out in the field, we're very, very careful about excavating the scene and getting every tiny little skeletal remnant, and we keep that contained. That guy is not interested in keeping things contained. It's like, hey, you want a human femur? I've got 6 to choose from. I've got 7 to choose from. Oh, and check out all the skulls that I have, because apparently there are a bunch of skulls that he has, and so it's not like he's keeping all this stuff together. He's sourcing the stuff to have customers. Okay.
Right.
And what's missing as well, how much other stuff has he sold that's circulating out there?
Because I wonder too, if he was selling to people out of state in Pennsylvania and you're crossing state lines in a very
Yeah.
weird and twisted way,
Yeah.
like that's an interstate commerce, which would be a federal charge.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah. Allegedly, I'm hearing, I'm assuming you're hearing the same thing. There's apparently a trip that's involved where he goes to Chicago, um, and to sell a skull. All right. I don't know how that went down specifically, but just the fact that he stole something like this and and he's in possession of it, he gets in his vehicle, drives across, how much ever geographical area separates him from his home in Pennsylvania and hands it. I can't imagine he's only doing this for a couple of $100, right? You're going to blow your profit margin. Okay.
Right.
Just the trip itself. Let's say he makes $1,000 off of it. Well, that's worth the gas money. Plus he's now got somebody in Chicago that says, "Hey man, I got a skull from a guy in Pennsylvania. Anybody in the group here need anything else? Because he's our guy." And, that kind of escalates and it goes out exponentially. I have all kinds of fears that are associated with this because I'm wanting to know if this is a singular event, if this guy is isolated, or if there's a whole group. And going back to the Facebook thing, is there a whole group of people that are engaged in this ghastly commerce? It's absolutely horrific. And yeah, you bet your bottom dollar the feds are interested in this. They're going to be taking.
Oh, he's not the only one involved. If there's that many people in a Facebook group, he's not the only one. I think I do see I think Morgan there, I think I see, like, a vein on the side of his head there, like, pounding. So I don't feel so bad for being up in arms because I think he is too. So, like, yeah, at least I don't feel alone in being pissed off like I am.
A long, long look at this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was as we were putting the story together, the court document said like, "Oh, this was the Facebook group he was a part of," and then it was like, "Oh, let me just search this on Facebook," and then it was like, I can't believe that this is actually a real thing. And there are, I know on one of his posts on his Instagram, he allegedly wrote that he was like, it was like ethically sourced was the term that he used, and it's like, where would you even ethically source something like that? And then clearly, if all of this is true, it was not ethically sourced.
Does ethically sourced involve a crowbar
Right.
in a graveyard and a burlap sack? It doesn't sound like anything. It doesn't sound like anything relative that you could frame it out that way, because this is what's the term people use? This is bad optics, because when he was actually nabbed, and this had been this had been going on for a while, and the police had taken notice of it. Obviously, there have been complaints and reports and all this stuff. There's this one law enforcement officer, that's kind of staking this thing out. I think that they may have had cameras added, by the way. He, he sees this guy in the midst of this event, and he finds him with a burlap sack, which is terrifying for some reason on one level to me. And walking out of a graveyard, I think he's got a screwdriver. He's got a crowbar. Here's something else that people might find interesting. Did you know there's a whole classification within the canon of most criminal law in states that actually identifies what we refer to as burglary tools? And so you'll have this come up. It came up in Ted Bundy's case, for instance, because he had a set of burglary tools. And these things might be things that we have in our garage at home and whatnot, but you're carrying a crowbar, a large screwdriver. Those things are meant to pry with. Okay. Well, he's left a whole chain of evidence behind as well, because if that is his crowbar that he's utilizing, it's going to have striations on it that are going to transfer to these mausoleum doors. For instance, if you have to pry these things open, some of these things have not been unlocked in years and years and years. And then he's going to get into the mausoleum itself and see the individual crypts. Now, I'm just kind of throwing this out there. You have to get the facing off the crypt itself. So is he also using a crowbar to pry this thing open? And then are there casketed remains within there? I'm going to be very fascinated to find out what the interior of these mausoleums look like. Was it a kind of an ordered event, or did he just go about smashing the entire side of it to gain access to the bodies as quickly as he possibly can?
Yes.
And then everything, the debris is just kind of lying there, and he will have left a uh, um, uh, forensic footprint, if you will, in very generalized terms,
Yeah.
behind in all of this. And then you can connect methodologies here. He likes to use a pry bar, just like any other burglar, pry bar, crowbar. He's going to do something with a screwdriver. Then, not to mention any kind of tools that are involved in how he's handling the bodies, once he gets them back
Mm.
to his home. Um, kind of, tempted to use the word lair here. Lair, kind of evil.
Yeah.
You're going back to this location. What are you doing with these bones? Because there have been people out there over the years. There's been a number of cases where they'll do ornamental decorative stuff on bones themselves, and they will sell them. Famously, things like sterling silver, they'll put coatings on them. They'll make vessels out of them, for drinking and eating and all these sorts of things. Because look, you might think that sounds absurd. Dude, nothing's absurd at this point. Okay. When you're thinking about this guy going into a cemetery and literally robbing these.
I just love how, like, he's trying to look like such a badass, yet he has to go into these people's mausoleums and crypts in the middle of the night. Eh, eh, like, he's got his badass neck tattoo, he's got his nose pierced, he's riding a bike. Yeah, what a freaking, I'm sorry, he's a dick.
Graves.
And I think too, it just goes back to the Monster Energy drink that was there and the Marlboro
Yeah.
cigarette, and like, if this was a show, and so, to kind of make the movie reference again, you'd be like, no criminal would be this brazen to do this
No.
so out in the open. But apparently that's what he was doing, according to investigators. One other part too for me, and like this is where it does get kind of morbid, but I think of like how did he live in this house
Yeah.
with the smell and just the chemicals that must have been in the air if he is taking bodies and even their bones at that point, and then having them in his house. Because there were some on the Instagram, and like, I don't know how to phrase this in a way, but it's like there's hair still on some of the parts that were there. I don't know how else to kind of put it in a way that doesn't give you like make your skin crawl, but it's like, how does he live in this home? Yeah.
Yeah, people need to be aware of what we're talking about here. You can't shy away from that. That's the reality of this. And before I get into that, just let me state, this could be any one of our kinfolks, any one of our loved ones, people that, took care of us when we were little.
Yeah.
Think about how horrible that is. Your grandma, your grandpa, whoever it is, and this guy is utilizing these remains, for his own gain at this point in time. So back to the home. The home is a big piece to this. When you think about, if you're just talking about the home as a storage facility, one of the problems that people don't realize with these old burials is that years ago, when bodies were first being embalmed and that sort of thing, guess what they used to embalm?
All right, guys. I want you guys to answer this because we all know, what did they use in the 1860s to embalm people, starting with the Civil War? He's going to tell us, but we already know, right? Because this is one of the things that I was like, this guy, he's been touching, not just like when they shifted over to formaldehyde. You guys, ding, 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 ding. You guys are so smart. You're good students. Arsenic and mercury, right? That's what they used in the beginning to embalm, in starting 1861. And we just learned about that. And this guy is handling them and hanging them up in his basement. Anybody who has these things in their possession are now, right? Now they've been exposed to it too, and the heavy metals. So karma's a bitch, and I hope I won't say that, but karma's a bitch. I'll just leave it at that.
bodies with heavy metals. So those things have incredible half-lives on them. So he's going into this environment and he's prying these things open. He's collecting these remains, which are, by the way, potentially contaminated with heavy metals. He's bringing them into his home, into the basement, mind you. Okay. And whoever lives around him, whoever lives around him is subject to contamination as well. And I don't think that
Mm.
that's even I don't I think that that's easily considered here, because he's exposing everybody else. Not to mention, let's just say he has purchasers that are coming down into his basement, come and see my wares.
Yep.
They're being exposed to this, and they don't think about this sort of thing. If he's doing anything with those bones, by the way, relative to carving them, etching them in any way, he's creating.
Does somebody wanna go look? I'm afraid to go look up that Facebook group because I don't want the feds showing up here. I've got enough problems. If somebody wants to be the one to go look it up, go for it, but I'm gonna assume at this point it's probably not there any longer, and I'm sorry, no one puts it like Joseph Scott Morgan can, like, "Come down and see my wares." I love him. Oh, I'm so angry, but he's giving me a giggle, and thank God we have him because, I couldn't be as calm as like, I wanna throw stuff, like, just thinking about this, but, yeah, anybody and even that basement, if he's got those things, like he transported them too. I mean, if he took that skull to Chicago, is that the only thing he took to Chicago? Did he have multiple stops along the way? So his vehicle, whatever he rode in, right? And those people, all these people are very likely. I don't know what the life on Mercury is, but I think it's pretty long. So he brought up a good point. I wasn't even, yeah. So yeah, come down and yeah, darling. I think it is. I think it is still at yeah, go ahead and say it for me, darling, because and see, I'll get taken off YouTube for calling him a, you know what, but people can sell freaking human bones on Facebook. I'm just very angry. I kind of just want to leave. I'm not on Facebook very often anyway, but even on Instagram, the dude's posing on a bike with a human skull. That looks real to me. I've not seen too many terrible like I've seen one like medical, right? Like the medical skeletons that was a from a human. It was a real bones, right? It was from an actual person. It wasn't a fake medical skeleton, right? That that skull he's posing with looks the same as that skeleton did. I've seen a lot of fake ones. Very different from what he had. So why are people not seeing these photos? And I know I'm beating this horse. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. And does he? I'm gonna. He's giving off stutter energy. Yeah, there's something not just a. Oh, okay. I'm gonna let Joseph Scott Morgan continue here because I need to breathe.
All this almost like a histamine in the air with the bone dust that's contaminated. All right. So we talked about the FBI, right? Guess
Yeah.
who else is going to be interested in this? The EPA. Because if you go
Oh,
back to the tri-state crematory case, the EPA was all over that case. They were worried about contaminated groundwater up there. All right. Because this stuff is like, it's really insidious when you think about it, and everybody's being exposed. There's also supposed to be a storage unit involved in this. So he's storing remains in a storage unit, and we've all been in one of these damn things. You think that it's all sealed up and everything else. Well, everybody that's approximating the specimens in there, their stuff and that environment runs a risk of being contaminated as well. Do you see how this thing kind of replicates itself?
Yeah.
And for every remain that you pull out of there, you're running the risk of contamination. So this is much broader than say, for instance, just somebody selling a human bone, okay? This is about grave robbery. It's about exposing the public to potential chemical harm here because you don't know what's going on, how these bodies were preserved, what chemical, kind of, concoction that was used to facilitate this. I mean, it's stuff that we still worry about today, and now he's going back to when things were really, really toxic. He's cracking these graves open and exposing not just himself, but everybody, potential customers, and certainly his neighbors as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to this, and it's
Yeah.
I
just
doubt he cares
I think
about
at the
his
core of it, it
neighbors.
is I just feel for the families to find
I do
out
too.
if to get that call that I'm sure that's just a feeling that'd be hard to describe, and I hope they get justice in a case like this. Professor of Applied Forensics at Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan. What a story this one is. I'm sure it's not the last time we'll talk about it. Thanks for being with us,
You bet, Chris. Take care.
Jonathan Gerlach.
All right. Joseph Scott's done, so we can go back here. I like Chris, but yeah, here, I gotta pop. What am I doing here? Hang on, guys. There we go. So I like how they say he's not just contaminated his home, but he's all his neighbors. Like, this guy doesn't give a shit about anybody. So I'm sure he doesn't care about his neighbors. And yeah, right. Like, I'd have to think that that home has to be condemned. Just yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna look into see now I've got even more. This is like a rabbit hole that I'm never probably gonna come out of. If yeah, like I need a team. Somebody to like go down the radon or the yeah, and the mercury cuz but never mind the like even in the more recent ones, right? Formaldehyde, that gets in it's not good for the soil. It's not. So that's another reason for burial vaults. But sometimes those vaults fail, and if that stuff is leaked into the environment, that is very bad. That's why I was saying, Darlene, some places you don't have to be embalmed. You can opt for green burials. And yeah, it's one of the reasons for vaults. It is also vaults don't collapse. So you don't get the remains, right? Like you're not gonna once the coffin or the casket starts to break down, you don't get that you don't get the sinking, right? And then you also, hopefully, but you still sometimes you still do. Even with a vault, if there's like flood or like right, like if there's a high water level that can push those lids up, believe it or not. And yeah, and the bodies will as they decompose. Have you guys ever see I could show you pictures, but just go look for yourself if you want to see it. I'm not gonna force you guys to see him because I didn't really like to see him either. But like the vaults at mausoleums, the ones that leak, it's really concerning, and they block those off because you know what they're leaking. If those bodies are embalmed, right? Like that's formaldehyde and whatever other chemicals are in there. Formaldehyde is very bad for the environment. That's why a lot of I should probably get I should probably hope maybe I can play some of Caitlin's Ask a Mortician because she talks about like the green burials, which is what made me kind of lean more towards wanting to be cremated versus all of that, which is another like I said, I'm pretty sure my mom wanted to be cremated, but unfortunately I was outvoted. So, yeah, but it's not good for the environment if the vault say like there's a flood of some nature, those lids come off, some flippin' idiot comes along and steals your mom out of her all sorts of things. And yeah, I'm I'm breathing, guys. Oh, Are you guys upset like I am, or is it just me? I'll feel better if you guys, oh my god, yeah. Oh, Darlene. We're gonna talk I'm gonna do an episode on Henry. How did you know? Yeah. Henry was ooh, God, that was so gross. Uh, I wasn't there. I'm not that old. Even though my kid likes to say I roamed with the dinosaurs. I'm like, that's really funny because I'm not even close to the age my mom was when I was his age. So take him sometimes beat your children. I'm kidding. Okay, don't beat your children. But he should have been punished more when he was younger. I was too lenient on him. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So Henry VIII, right? Like he uh sat there laid laid in state. Okay, I think that's the proper grammar for it. So he laid in state for like 8 days, but I'll do a whole hello, Tiff. Oh, Tiff, it does not go well. This is horrible. This stuff with this guy is like awful. But I hope I don't know. Do you guys anybody know is it Leiden State or Leiden State? I don't see. I loved creative writing, but they said I guess I couldn't be creative with grammar is what they told me. So I thought it was I thought I was very creative. So, and, uh, well, Louisiana, even then, like, after Hurricane Katrina sometimes there's just nothing you can do about it, right? Like we talked about, like, the tsunami that hit Japan in 2011. Like, there's just some natural disasters that are gonna hit that you just can't there's no planning for. Like, shit's gonna happen. So in those situations, right? It you can't be mad about stuff like that. It's nobody's fault. It's just way beyond what we are capable of imagining that can happen. But if you are buried in a flood zone, you should kind of maybe that should be in the back of your mind maybe. But I've also seen cemeteries like that are not in flood zones that have like we get a big rain and it rains and it rains and you will see like a lifting up of the soil and thank God I've seen one casket that the edge had come up out of the ground, so it was kind of poking up, and this was a old metal, like this, I can't remember how old like, when the person was buried. It was before the '50s, but it wasn't too terribly long before, but he didn't have a vault, like the vault that they have to have now. And it is in an area that there is a river that kind of runs around like the back half. And certain times it has flooded and flooded the cemetery. And Michigan, we have a lot of natural springs as well that are underground. So even though even though that stream, right? That river isn't very far away. There might be an underground spring that could still be pushing things up too. And if you've got a lot of rain and things get filled up, right? So this one had come to the surface and just seeing just like it wasn't much at all. Like, I mean, literally probably about that, like that much of a square of the edge of the casket was sticking like, you knew what it was. And they did come in and, like, eventually they did put it back down in there. I don't know if they might have ended up putting it into a vault. I can't remember exactly what they did with it, but, uh, they probably never thought of that. Well, not in the 40s anyway, which is when I think he was put to rest there. But there's no control over that stuff, but yeah, Henry VIII, we'll have to I wanna do a whole, like, I could probably, well, I don't know. He might, maybe not a whole episode, but like his whole, like, he didn't explode, but he might as well have. When they pushed had to get, it was bad. It was really, really bad. Like, he was for sure dead. He was not getting buried alive. Like, he wasn't gonna, like, wake up and come out, and, I just feel sorry for the poor people that had to be there for it, but, yeah, I've been wanting to touch on him. He might be one, that one's not too rough. Like, it happened a long time ago, and it was Henry VIII. He was kind of a, right? But I was gonna ask you guys, which is worse to go to? Regular prison? So this guy's in Pennsylvania. So is regular state prison worse than, like, federal prison? Does who what's which is worse? I haven't been to either, so I don't know. And he's a dude, and he looks like that. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna put his face up here. I don't wanna give him any more screen time than he, so Fed is, so Tiff says federal prison is better. Darlene says Fed, so is Fed worse? I seems like Feds, they, uh yeah, I'm curious. I want him to go which one is the worst. But I wonder if he gets federal charges pressed against him, does that take precedence over the state charges, or like the county charges? I have lots of questions. Like, this is what like I said, 5 in the morning. I couldn't stop reading. And state gen pop, yeah, let's put him there. I'm so I'm sorry. I know. This is my ginger coming out. This is, you just don't desecrate cemeteries. This is one thing that will, hurting animals, hurting children, and screwing with our cemeteries and screwing with our veterans. Those things will literally light a fire under me. And I've already got a fire under me, so it doesn't, you just stoking the flames there and I will go nuts. Like, I am trying to I'm pretty proud of myself that I haven't burst into flames sitting here. But in Rikers Island, can they send them out of state? Can they send them? I guess they could send them anywhere. I know, well, if they think it's safer, but man, I wouldn't want to go to Rikers. I've heard horror stories. Yeah. Ugh. And I hope he stays there a very, very, very long time. Because I don't think this is something, I don't see this guy changing. He's probably been doing this for a very long time. And hopefully they have some really good state laws against this sort of thing, unlike our Vigo, right? Mr. Resurrectionist Directionist. They didn't have too many on, right, back then in what, 1883, 4, whatever it was, when they caught Vigo in DC. They just kept catching them and letting them go. But now we have some pretty stiff rules. So let's hope stiff, and that no pun intended. But I just want, I want to continue following this. Like, I was just kind of, I wanted to sort of just make sure the cemetery, but now that I'm finding out more and more, like, I'm enraged. I'm enraged. This makes me so mad. And I'm going to share this next one with you guys, cuz I hope I'm not doing something wrong here by sharing this one. I'm going to share the cemetery with you, and I want to show you one of the people they're attributing to him, or at least the newspaper. So I found the article, the newspaper article. Well, not newspaper, it was an online article. I don't know why I said newspaper. If Stevie listens to this later, he probably won't know what a newspaper is. We might have to explain it to him. Kidding. He doesn't know what cassettes are, so he might not be familiar with a newspaper either. I'm just teasing you, Stevie. I know you probably, hopefully, I think they have newspapers in Canada, right? They probably have newspapers there. We don't so much anymore. But anyway, back off my tangent. This was an online article from a newspaper. So this cemetery that I'm gonna talk about had been broken. You're gonna see it. It's a freaking mess. It is condemned. A similar situation to Mt Moriah, except the gentleman who owned it didn't well, I think he did die. I think he did die. And then they sold it at auction, and then the people that they sold it to didn't realize they were buying a cemetery. Well, I'm gonna tell you guys about this one. I know I said I wasn't gonna go that late, but I've got to. I will understand if you guys don't wanna be up here all night. Mia took a nap, she took her colonial, so I know she's probably okay for a little bit, right? But, send them somewhere. Angola's a bad prison too, right? Or is it it's prison. Yeah, send them there. I'm I'm angry. Yeah, I think if they say that they think that they're, right, I think they could get, um people might know them where they're going, like, especially for murders, right? Like, if they think people that might know the victims are in the prison, like, I know they'll move them other places, but, um, uh, so maybe not. Move them to Rikers then, or what's yeah, Angola's pretty I know Angola's pretty bad. But I know Rikers is really horrible. And I'm laughing because I want him that is not a nervous laugh. That is me being a little evil. I'm sorry, guys, but I can't help it because this dude is not no. No, you did not Miss Tanzania. Miss Tanzania Elizabeth is sleeping over on her little kitten. I don't know what it is lately. This time, she'll sleep my entire stream, and then as soon as I'm done, it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong for her. She wants to zip around and play and be crazy. And yeah, I wonder how grandma's doing. Not my grandma. My grandma's a nice lady. So yeah, I wonder how they are. Um, Something tells me, I don't know, how bad do the mobsters have it? I know Whitey didn't have it so good. Whitey Bulger didn't have it so great because right, they made spaghetti of him. But yeah, Darlene's like, I'll put a cassette tape. Definitely put the player in there too, so he has something to see where the cassette goes, right? And yeah, God, I'm so glad these people all deserve to go to where they're going. And yeah, and the gosh, yeah, you guys got a lot of good ones here. Yeah, and she played so hard, so I learned a sweater hack. I need a little brain cleanse here, so I'm just gonna tangent for a second. But, I learned a sweater hack, like how to hang your sweaters up, right? Without, just putting the like how you would hang a shirt typically, right? You can't hang a sweater like that because then you get right? Then they do this thing. Well, there's a special way you can like you pretty much just fold the sweater like the sleeves over one side and then you fold the back side like over the other. I don't know why I'm leaning to try it like that shows you guys anything, but so I was trying to do that. And she's like, "Hey, game on, lady. We're having fun." So I'm trying to fold sweaters and hang them up. And she just kept jumping in the middle of the sweater as I'm trying to fold them and hang them up. And these are my nice sweaters. One of them is like cashmere, and I'm like, it's the only cashmere sweater that I have. It's my the one with the black sheep and the white sheep on it. So it's my favorite, like my favorite sweater. And yeah, the shoulder nips, right? Her middle name is Elizabeth. Yeah, she looks like I think she looks like because I love Pride and Prejudice because Lizzie Bennett. So I thought I gave her Elizabeth, but Tanzania Elizabeth. I gotta think of one more. Like she's got to have three to like make it all flow, right? Yeah, the shoulder nipples. Yeah, like this. And I It doesn't work for cardigans, though, so I'm looking for if anybody knows the, hack for the cardigans, how best to hang cardigans without shoulder nips, I would love to know. Yeah, me I have a cedar chest, I do. It's, about 100 years old, too, and it still smells like cedar. It smells so good, and I really should put I should put it in there, but I'm gonna wear it, more. Come this spring when sweater weather is over, it'll probably go in there. I'll probably put all my it just got here from Colorado, so right now it's actually just sitting there empty, but once, yeah, but I've been wearing my sweaters a lot, like, I got this one, but this isn't cashmere, so and I think there's another one. Actually, I got one that's a cashmere wool blend. So actually, wait, no. I the one with the sheep on it is cashmere wool blend, and then the one green one the other one I have is all cashmere, and that's my favorite one. But I like my sheep one too. All right. Let's see. Toombs, I should send you my alpaca sweater I got in Peru. It's the warmest thing I own. Oh, well, you probably won't. You guys all have such nice weather down there. We're getting a big storm at like 4. We've got a weather advisory, so it's gonna be I'm gonna need sweaters, I'm gonna need thermal underpants and everything else tomorrow. It's not gonna be a pleasant day. And next Monday it's supposed to be 17 degrees. The high. That's the high. It's not gonna be good. And yeah, this cedar trunk that I have, I'll have to take a picture of it once I've got a ton I got boxes on it right now because I've got stuff to put away, but this was, great great grandpa's, and they built the stuff to, like, last forever, right? It is smells so good considering how old it is. I had to strip off um at some point, some genius thought it would be really cool to paint it. So I had to like I did the hand what is that? The shit with the sandpaper. I had to do that. And I got all of that off and then I restained it so it's got a nice pretty cedar color to it now. And yeah, it still smells probably smells just like it did the day it was, made. It's just still smells so good, and I love cedar. Um, yeah, I never wear it. It's black and cream. Ooh, really, Tiff? But are you tinier than me? If you're a little tiny thing, it's probably gonna fit, like, on it might fit TNT when she gets a little bit bigger. I would love it. Um I wanted to have alpaca so I could because my idea was I was gonna make sweaters, and then I'm like, "You know what? You're gonna get them, and you're not gonna do anything with them. You're just gonna feed them and play with them." But I love them. Alright, guys, are you ready to see this next one here? I had to strip it. Thank you. I stripped it. But I did it by hand. I didn't use it like I just used a little hand sander, not a electric one, right? Really? Oh my god, I would love it. If you don't wear it, God knows I need to stay warm. It doesn't look like winter's ever gonna fricking stop. I think you have my address too, don't you still? Because I bought, I gotta wear my necklace. Keep forgetting I always just wear my little day to day, this is the one I always wear, it's my little monogram one. Um, but, let's see here. Alright, are you guys ready to I'm gonna pop up. So this is alright, here, hang on. Boop. I'm just gonna leave myself tiny. I really think I might ooh, I think I just stayed up, like, too late down the rabbit hole last night. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oop, oop. Nope, that's the wrong one. Hang on here. Uh, that's the mausoleums. Alright, I think this is the one I want. Okay. So uh-oh. Wonder if my internet's getting laggy. I think it is. There we go. Oh, nope, hang on. Let's roll the show. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Okay, look at this beautiful place. Uh, all right. Tip out this. Okay. So this is Good Shepherd Memorial Garden. And as you can tell, it doesn't look very nice. um, this is the one mentioned on the affidavit for Jonathan Gerlach. This is where his phone pinged, and it's 1510 Westminster Road, and this is Plains Township, Pennsylvania. I should have probably I could have pulled that up on a map for you guys, but when you see the pictures, you probably won't want to know where it is anywhere. Anyway, but it's awful. So let's see. All right, I just want to make sure I didn't have notes on the other side here. So this is considered an abandoned cemetery, and the current owners, as I said, did not know. They didn't know they were buying a cemetery. They bought this online at for back taxes. So what did they pay for it? I think I put on here somewhere how much they paid for it. Dun, 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 they paid $4,500 for it. And that was and it's a Lawrence and Victoria. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill this last name. Uvesta Faven. I don't know if I'm even close to pronouncing that right, but I will link it in the description. They can't get a hold of them. Nobody seems to be able to get a hold of them anyway, so if you guys wanna try, go for it. I don't even think they live in this country, honestly, and that's not I'm not being just from their name, it sounds Slavic maybe, but anyway, they bought this. It's 6.08 acres, and like I said, they bought it for $4,500, and they bought it for back taxes at an auction in 2005. So that's how long, it had already been derelict before then. And they went through a huge legal battle with I believe with the township or with the county, probably with the county, because it was not made clear what they were buying. Unfortunately, they did not win their battle. So they are still considered the legal owners, and they did not get a refund. But they're probably thinking, whatever, we're out $4,500, right? Who cares? It's probably let's just forget about it. However, they haven't paid taxes on this property for ever at all since 2005, but the place still has not gone up for auction again for back taxes. Because guess what? The county does not want this damn thing back, because if they get it back, they have to assume the responsibility for it. And guess what? There's still people buried here. There's people buried on the property, and there's a mausoleum that's here. So the story behind this place is it was owned by a pastor. The name of the church is called Unity Light of Christ Church, and this was in Philston Township, Pennsylvania. And he acquired the property, the cemetery. He acquired it as a cemetery. And he said it was donated to the church. However, when the county looked into the records, they could find nothing that had a transfer of ownership. There was nothing stating that he technically owned the property. So I tried to dig into it a little bit. The last recorded owner before, and the pastor's name was Larry Demensky. Before him, it was under the supervision of Westminster Memorial Garden Incorporated, and they had possession of it as of 1983, but they went defunct. So, how Pastor Deminsky received the property, no one knows. It went, like I said, the people who owned it, their corporation, I don't know if you wanna call it I don't know if it was it's incorporated, so yeah, their corporation went belly up, defunct. So there was nobody he might have just assumed ownership of it, um, which may be what he did. So, Deminsky died in 2004. And he had stated that there had been a perpetual care fund, and perpetual care is the fund that they have for cemeteries that is supposed to take care of the cemetery forever, right? Which I don't know how this is supposed to work forever when there's no new burials, like, right? Like, I've said that a couple times now. And but Deminsky said that this perpetual fund, the care fund, it was gone. And he claims that someone forged his name to the withdrawal slip and cleared out the account. So there was no money left after he died, there was no money left to take care of the cemetery and the mausoleum. So this doesn't look so bad right here, but this is where the mausoleums are, so these are the crypts, and it's bad. It's really bad. There's a lot of interesting holes here, Darlene, a lot. The roof is falling in, there's black mold, there's moss. I would not buy this is, well, we were talking about that, Gerlach's place probably being, like, a contaminated waste zone, right? That's gonna have to be condemned. This place is gonna have to be condemned. There's leakage from the vaults, so a lot of these people probably were embalmed. They're in caskets inside these vaults, right? So there's leakage, there's all sorts of stuff going on here, right? The where the cemetery part is, that's probably like, that could probably be maintained, but this mausoleum, this is beyond, I think it's beyond help, and they've even said that. But the county does not want this back, because if they take it back, like, if they take it and say, "Okay, we're putting this up for auction for the back taxes that are owed on it," they assume the responsibility for it. So, say somebody gets hurt or a body gets stolen, whose responsibility is it? It's gonna probably fall back on the county, and the county does not want that. So, this may be why, like, Mount Moriah Cemetery, like, when it went like, when their last board member died, nobody wanted to the city wasn't gonna step up, the county wasn't gonna step either county, it's in 2 separate counties, neither one of them was gonna step up for it, right? They didn't wanna take care of this mess. And that's pretty much, and that's my thought too, if you own it, but also I would think that they would have to disclose if you buy 6 acres, 6.08 acres, I would think they'd have to tell you that it's a cemetery. I don't know. Um, I would think if you bought a murder house, I'm pretty sure they, depending on what state you live in, I think they have to tell you people died in your home, depending on when they died, right? Like, if it was within, like, 10 years, they have to tell you these things. Most states, anyway, I'm sure it varies again from state to state, but, If they have to do that for somebody dying in your home, I can't see how could they sell this without disclosing it. So something shady went down here. So either the county or township, whoever is in charge of was selling this for the taxes, um, they either omitted because they knew how bad it was, what shape it was in, right? They didn't want responsibility for it, so they're gonna sell it to somebody who may not know either. Buyer beware. If you're buying a property for $4,500, maybe ask for photos first, or just don't buy it. That's what I would do. I just wouldn't buy it, because if it's too good to be true, it's probably a cemetery, and it's a nasty leaking bodies. No, I shouldn't say that. Nasty leaking coffins, let's say that. I'll edit that body part out, maybe. But what can you do that is cost effective and correct? So, I'm gonna talk about that because there is one funeral home that is trying to help. So, like I said, these people haven't paid for the official owners of it now have not paid any of the taxes on it. They paid for it 2005, so it's 2025. So 20 years now, this is what is happening. I got more pictures. So, and as you can see, like there's I don't know if that's black mold or just uh rotting. It's probably a little bit of both. Maybe they can build a house on the area that doesn't. I think the cemetery takes up all the 6 acres. 6 acres really, I mean, this place is gonna be haunted. It's gonna be haunted. I don't think you should leave the dead like, uh, I don't think this should have been left like this. The county should have stepped up. I'm sorry, but this is a situation where they at least stepped up and got some funeral homes involved and said, "Hey, let's get these people, uh" right, let's get them out and get them to another place. Let's contact let's do something. Let's be proactive. Instead, they're just gonna sit and wait it out, which I think is really disgusting. Deep breath. So the pastor, I think he had some, I don't know if he's or just squatters' rights. Maybe he just decided, hey, because he did sell burial plots. So they did use this as the church's cemetery, right? Like he sold burial plots here. So the church did make money off of it. Um, and oh, needs a new roof. It needs, darling, it needs so much. This is awful. I don't, I was looking to see when this was built. I couldn't find. When you see the inside, uh, I wanna say there very well could be asbestos inside of it, but it is because there are offices attached to it, so it's not just a mausoleum. There is, like, a office space, and this is the inside, and this is what grosses me out. I hate carpet. I hate carpet. I hate carpet so much. Um, this isn't a very recent photo. This is an older photo apparently, so it does not look this nice anymore. Apparently, the ceiling is covered in black mold. The carpet has had vault contents leak out onto it, so it's stained. There's moss. We'll just call it moss. Maybe there's something. It might be something else that's leaking in there. Uh, and so the people that are actually buried, there's cremains that are interred out here, like, on the grounds, so there are some burials, there's some, internments, like, with, cremains that are out here, but there's veterans out here. Now this part might not be so hard to take care of, like, the people are coming along, like I said, like, their family members are buried here, so they're coming and doing their own mowing and keeping it clean because it's their family members, right? This is what upsets me is because there are veterans buried here, and the county is just like, "It's not our job." I'm gonna get mad again. So you can see, like, that grass is yeah, but this isn't so bad. I mean, it still looks relatively pretty, and then you see this. This is something out of a this is out of my nightmares. I love cemeteries, y'all. I love them so much. I could spend hours walking around, uh, talking to nobody, just talking to the headstones and saying hi to people, right? Um, I would not go anywhere near this. I would no, I could not. I could not. I I would be so afraid. I would look in a hole, and if I saw something and that I don't know if I could ever go. It might terrify me where I might not, I might not ever go back. Um, and the county says that they owe I mean, it's a staggering amount. Did I not write it down? I thought I wrote it down. It's like $250,000 or something like that, I think that they owe in back taxes. Something it's a lot more than the $4,500 that they paid for it. So, yeah, it's really it's crazy. Um, and just yeah, be care I would think they would have to disclose though if you are buying if you're buying I think they would have to tell you, "Hey, by the way, you're buying a cemetery," cuz that's just not something that comes up every day, right? Like if I'm buying 6 acres of land. Oh, by the way, there's like 100 people buried there. I don't think they said exactly how many people are buried here. Did I get it? Um, oh, it says there's still about 60 to 65 people that are still remaining. I don't know if that's this was according to the newspaper article that I was reading or the news article that I was reading. And I don't know if that's 60 to 65 that are in the vaults because there's a lot of vaults. It's pretty like there's these outside ones like this. And I mean, you can see there's that's the same photo that goes from I think these are a few years apart. So you can see where everything's just falling in, right? But there's vaults here, there's some on the other side, there's the one oh, I don't wanna show her yet. But yeah, it's disgusting. I don't have $4.50 right now. Yeah, it's bad. This is, and wait till I tell you this. So, there's one funeral home so people who have the resources, they're going in and removing so some of these spaces, right, where they've leaned up, those are actual people have removed their own loved ones. But those are the people who can afford it, and those are the deceased that are being removed, those are the ones that have surviving family members. Not all these people that are here have surviving family. And not everybody that has family here can afford to move them and to put them in another place. It's right? Like we were talking about how much it costs to get a plot, to open up like you have to pay for the plot. You have to pay for the digging of the burial spot. You have to have a vault, right? And you then have to have the remains gathered and brought to the new location, and then you still have to pay somebody to close up the vault and to cover up the grave, and it if you're so inclined, you would get a headstone. That's if you're gonna bury them, which if they've been in one of these for 40, 50 years, you probably are not gonna put them in another vault. It probably would be safer to put them in the I don't know what they would do. Um, and plus, you don't know what you're gonna get when you open these up, right? Like, some of the if they're metal coffins, if they're well sealed, you may be okay. So, these this is this is a huge undertaking just for the family to get a funeral home. Hello. Hello, Fuzzy. Good morning. You walked in at the uh, a time. Yeah, you did. It's this is just all of this is so sad. Um, pardon me. So to open one of these crypts up, right? To remove them, you're gonna have to pay the fee. There's the other fee too, right? You have to pay the funeral home to do this. They have to essentially put on they're gonna have to have a respirator. You may need a new coffin, something new to put the remains in if the one that they're taking out of there is in rough shape, right? Like, you just don't know what you're getting. So, this could be thousands and thousands of dollars. You could be looking at, like, 8,000, 12,000, like, a lot of money. And some of these people don't have that money. Like, their parents that are buried her or their grandparents, whoever their family, they paid for this. They took their money and paid for these vaults, these cemetery plots, so their families, their descendants, right? Like their kids, whatever they were, their survivors didn't have to do that. Like they took care of it all on their own. They took care of it. And then now their poor family is left behind. Their parents are, they paid out for these places, and now it's a burden on them. And not these people don't have money to do that. So, yeah, they're looking at trying to figure out how to raise funds. There were a couple of there was one woman who was trying to get, she has a GoFundMe, and those are very good options, but the amount of money she's gonna have to raise, unless she gets a funeral home that's gonna work with her, which I hope that these funeral homes are being, um, sympathetic and willing to help, but, uh, odds are, like, I don't know. If it was me, I would probably do, like, cremation and yeah, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I could change my mind if this was me. I would be flipping the hell out. I know that much. Um, and yeah, and it says, right, they say 60 to 65. Like I said, I don't know if that's what's left in these vaults or if that includes the people that are buried or their ashes are, right, like out on the grounds. But they also said that this is just kind of a guesstimate as well. Like, they don't really know because the records are gone. And the bits of records that they have, don't seem to be very accurate. So, they really are sort of depending on the people that are family members to, right, like, "Hey, let us know that if you guys need help," that sort of thing. But it's for lack of a better term, it's a shit show. How they're gonna do this, this is still what it looks like now. The photos that they showed, in the news article, it's this is it. These are the photos that's where I took these photos from, so it's bad. Um, and Mia says, "My grandparents are in a vault. My parents were cremated, are in a condo around the corner from my grandparents." And some of the I guess if these contain cremains, right? Like That'd be perfect. Because then you could just, uh, shoot, I mean, I guess just pop the if it was me, if I knew my mom's it was just my mom's ashes in there, right? Like, I would probably just pop that seal off. Uh-oh, here she comes. Come here, baby. You gonna come say hi? Um, you good job, baby. She woke up. She came over here all sleepy-eyed. You wanna say hi? You wanna say hi? So you big kitty now? She's like, "I'm the palate cleanser." But yeah, if it was my family's cremains that were in here, I'd just find a way to get those off. Apparently, you could just do it with a pry bar or crowbar. Oh my goodness, Tansy. I don't think she likes being on camera anymore. um, so yeah, in the condo, I like how the Mia puts it as a condo. I would call them, yeah, the little niches. Um, yeah, at least we're a lot of money, right? Let's see. Yep, they were SWAT it's so we're gonna talk, I think after I'm done with, uh I think we're gonna take a little break from sketchy, shady funeral, practices. I think we're gonna take a little break and talk about, like, I don't know, let's talk about some I think I'm gonna start throwing in some we're gonna talk about some New Orleans stuff. Let's talk about some ghost and murders and some haunted houses for a little bit because this is just it's just heartbreaking. And it's just so sad that there should be if something like this fails, like if a mausoleum, a cemetery fails, I'm sorry, the county or city, I feel like that's their responsibility. That's what I feel. Um, I'm I'm open to other suggestions. If somebody has a differing opinion, we can just agree to disagree. But honestly, especially something when it comes to the deceased, there's veterans buried here. That's what really gets me upset. I if there's veterans in these vaults, I don't know. I would wonder if you could contact the VA and see if they could help. But again, right? Like, how long is that going to take? Court system is slow, and there is one funeral home. So I didn't write their name down because there were a gajillion funeral homes they discussed in here, but now they've gone in here and they said what they have to do, they basically have to put on hazmat suits because it's not safe. The As you can see from the photos, right? This thing is falling down, and you roll up here to remove somebody. How do you know just the act of removing that seal on there doesn't cause this whole thing to fall down on the funeral, like, on the workers, right? Like, that's what I would be afraid of, like, this whole structure just, I'm sure this looks like marble for the vaults, but that roof does not look that is not safe. That is not gonna hold a big boy. That's not gonna hold anything up there, like, that thing's gonna come down, and that's what I would be, terrified of, and it's, um sorry. And I don't think it is that old. Yeah, I don't think this goes back to like um it's not like Mount Moriah, right? This is probably 40s, maybe 50s, maybe even newer than that. I couldn't find a date for it. Like I said, the one place went defunct in 83. I was gonna look and see what if find a grave, but I didn't get that far before I fell asleep at 5. So, I will look and see, and then I'll report back to you guys and let you know, exactly how old it is, but that's where yeah, I had to leave it there, so I don't Yeah, in perpetuity. I think I said it right. Humans, right? Like, the county doesn't wanna deal with it, the people who bought it don't wanna deal with it, the dude that died, he's probably happy he died, so he doesn't have to deal with it anymore. Yeah, she's a big hamster. Um, C. Smith, um, eventually, yeah, uh, it's gonna happen to, uh one reason, like, I keep harping on my cremation thing, at least if they have to put a Walmart or whatever condos on top of me, at least it's not my bones, at least they're all right, like, in a vase or a box, whatever they chuck me in there as, so, um, yeah, and maybe I'm starting to think maybe I just wanna get scattered someplace, maybe Scotland. Just somewhere that yeah, but it's just yeah, you're really putting your faith in other humans to make sure that they don't steal the funds, that they don't just die without leaving some sort of transfer of ownership for places. It's just yeah, ugh. Yeah, Mia says, I ended up interring my dad and mom at the same time because mom never interred him. He was in my room at home. My grandpa passed away, gosh, it's been what, 10 years now? And so he was cremated, and my grandma doesn't want to be cremated. She wants to be in a coffin, and his remains are going to go, but he's still sitting at home until it's her time. So sits yeah, right, like, he's sitting there on the end table next to his chair that he always sat in, so, go over there and, um, say hi to grandpa, like, I feel like he's always there. Are we gonna talk about pants? Eminent domain? Yeah, if they want to right? Like, if the government comes along and says, "Hey, we want this," but I've talked about cemeteries being moved because of development. So just because you've bought and paid for a piece of property that says, "Hey, I paid $10,000 to get buried here." I mean, it's ridiculous. It's almost like it's a scheme, right? Carchootery. It's charcuterie. Mia says there are 38 people. Did you get to find a grave? I should pull that up. I guess I could have done that. But you know how I'll get flustered if I got too many screens open up here. But so there's 38 people remaining in the mausoleum. Those should be easy enough to count. So that means there's 30 or so probably still out there on the grounds. So, and those are probably the ones that they don't know for sure, like who's out there. What's the oldest? I'll probably have to scroll down here. You'll probably tell me, Mia. Wondering what some of the oldest burial dates are from the cemetery. That's right where I went through the Mount Moriah find a grave, and oh my goodness, I was really having my brain was gonna explode. That was a lot of looking. It was a lot of looking. Equal says, when I was a kid, one of my philosophy musings was, what would I do if the whole world had died and it was the only one left? Talk about widespread graveyards. Yeah, if that's all there were left in the world is great. I'd be happy. Would I be the only? I'd be the I wouldn't want to be alone though. a couple of you guys. I'd love if you guys were left behind too, but then that wouldn't really be alone, right? It'd have to have some kind of company. At least Tansy. Hi. Oh, she's gonna come for me. She's looking at me. Maybe if you showed this to your grandma, she might go with cremation. I tried to I talked my grandpa into it, actually. Like, he was just gonna be buried as well. And he asked me one day, I don't know what I think we were watching a NASCAR race, and he's like, "So what do you think about being buried or cremated or right?" And I was like, "I don't know, grandpa." I said, "I've gone back and forth." And I said, "I really think I want to be cremated because that way I can just go in like I don't need my own plot." Right? Like I can go in with you and grandma, or I can go in with great grandma, great grandpa. I can go in, they could just boop, right? And that won't be that horrible of an expense, right? They just gotta peel back the dirt, open up the vault, plop my throw my box in there and seal it all up. I don't even need a headstone. So, like, if it came down to not having any money, and he's like, "That's a really good idea." And I was just like, "Yeah." I said, "What's the difference anyway? You're gonna turn to ash." Like, I know certain, right? Like, it is certain people with their religious views, right? Like, but after 10 years, guys, there's not much left but bones, right? Like big bones. So, um, why not just get it over with quick? And I think that was one of the things I said to my grandpa too. So then he's just like, yeah, that's what and then that's what he eventually decided. So, but my grandma's still, she's kind of, I get my indecisiveness from my grandma. So she may go back and forth. And Mia B says, "I feel like if you buy a plot, you own that fraction of the land." I think you do too. That's why, like, when I go to the cemetery and I clean around my family's graves, because I feel like, hey, they paid for it. I'm their descendant. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to clean their headstones. I'm going to plant flowers and all of that. And you try to stop me. I'm sure they could if they wanted to, because there is the police station there. But Equal says in Europe, some places you only get 100 years per spot, and then it gets recycled for the next dead generation. Um, and sometimes you don't even get 100 years. I think the UK is around like what 70. I think they say um, like 75, so whatever, like, a generation's lifespan is, so, like, 75-ish years or so. If, like, a grave hasn't been used for, like, 75 years, they can put somebody else in there, but that's their traditions too, right? Like, they'll put multiple in there, and that's just how they do it. It's not like a weird thing for them. So we're weird here with our burial practices, but like in Germany, you're only renting that space for how many ever years, 10, 20, 30, like it varies. But the state has the say over how long you get to remain in there. And then after that period of time is up, right? Like whatever's left of you gets scooped up and you get put in a communal burial location, whether it's a one big grave or like a repository of some nature, right? Like that's what they do that because there's limited space. At some point in this country, we're probably going to run out of space. Um, so we keep digging up cemeteries to make room for city development. Then we move those, but then we're going to have to come and move that cemetery. So how many times do people need to get dug up and moved because of right? Like just leave them where they are and move outwards. Just leave them alone. But yeah, that's my idea of it. But uh otherwise, yeah, like get a family mausoleum. If you're rich, Get a family mausoleum, you could all go down in there. But then again too, right? Like, look at what happened at Mount Moriah. They might just actually come along and some a-hole's gonna come in there and take your skull and sell you on Facebook. Oh, Mia found the news article. I should pull up, we'll see here, because I'm getting almost to 4 hours, so I would pull up, Mia says the mausoleum at Good Shepherd Memorial Park was vandalized sometime. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna take that off, Mia. I'm gonna talk about that right now. All right, Mia's already. She let the cat out of the bag. um, so yes, so this cemetery was vandalized, and 2 corpses were taken. They're missing. Jonathan Gerlach, his phone pinged from this location. And now supposedly he has admitted to all of this. So I don't know if he's actually admitted to this one as well, but they said he did make a confession. Like, he's admitted to all of this. So I don't think it should be too bad. I don't think it's wrong for us to say that he's done it, because if he's admitted to it, that's good enough for me. And if his phone's pinged there and he's selling the stuff, that's good enough. I'm not going to get picked to be on the jury, so I'm not worried. And if any of you guys live in Pennsylvania, maybe in this county or in Delaware County, maybe you should not be listening to this. But yeah. So when this news article came out, they hadn't caught Mr. Gerlach yet. So the one I found, this was in right, and the one Mia's probably looking at too. So it was broken sometime between November 1st and 6th, which is when also Mount Moriah also had some break-ins to the mausoleums. So 2 full bodies were removed from here. And did I write anything else on here? One of them, Mia's got the article. Maybe I can let Mia, you want to pop, you have the one with her photo in it? Let me go down here a little bit, because if, do, do, do. Bump, bump, bump. Okay. It says the cemetery was established in 1976. Okay. So yeah, it's not that's not very, oh my God. Yeah, that's not old at all, not compared to other ones. So so you've got that one. Okay. Because I didn't write her information down, because I don't know if her photo's in that article. So I don't want to say too much about her, because I don't want to be like, I don't know. I don't know what my hang up is, but so I'm gonna just put her picture up here. We're gonna be very respectful, because she is somebody's mother, somebody's grandma, somebody's great grandma, somebody's auntie, sister, all of that, right? That is somebody very special to a family. They have very lovely, she is very Italian. uh oh, I want to say, but she is very Italian. She is one of the bodies that is missing from the vault, that came up missing between November 1st and 6th. And that is when Mr. Gerlach, his phone was so it was tracked here. And this is the cemetery. This is the address of the cemetery that the police had put in the affidavit, and she is missing from that cemetery, from that mausoleum. So I believe Tiff, I think she's Italian. Yeah, I think her last name sounded very Italian. But I believe it's her great grandson is the one that was interviewed here. Let me pull it. I did save it on my phone. I didn't pull it up on my, yeah, C. Smith. I'm telling you, if this was my great granny, Mm-mm. He better hope he doesn't get out because, like I said, oh, I'm just very. This is just stuff that I don't take very kindly. I just, yeah. Let me look up and see. At least I think I is this the Sunday Dispatch? I think that's the one yes. So this is I'll link this article. I did save it on my phone. I don't have it on my laptop, but so oh wait, no, I don't think this is the one. No, this is the one with the funeral director. So one of the funeral directors, he has been this article is from 2016, 2018. So they've been trying at least since 2018 to get remains out of here. And they're still working on it. There's still, right? Like Mia said, 30 to 35 bodies still left in just the mausoleum part. And this funeral director is actively trying to help, or at least he was as of 2018. He was trying to help um families, not even just the ones that use their funeral services. He's helping a lot of different families. So, but as he says, this is not an easy task to do. Um, he says they were able to remove, as of 2018, he had been able to remove 15 deceased, and he is willing to risk his personal safety to remove more. So this is where I got the estimate. He said he estimated there was 60 to 65 that are still entombed in the mausoleum. So that was as of 2018. So they must have removed quite a few since then. But a lot of the lettering on the vaults is missing, and there's the maps and the records from the previous owner. There's no maps or records from the previous owner, so they can't really verify exactly like if there's no name on the vault, and I don't know who's in there. So unless the family somehow knows, but odds are they might they don't have family left, because he says a lot of these people, a majority of the ones left don't have any surviving family. So, let's see. So they don't have surviving family, he said, and this is what really, he said it should be a place of peace, and it's not. There's just a bad feeling around it, and these people should be at peace, but they're not. And their families aren't either. And let me look here. Was there anything else? Oh, there's a photo of a couple in here too. Oh, makes me sad. A sweet little old grandma and grandpa. Um, Here it is. Body thefts at Good Shepherd Memorial Park, and a personal tragedy for Plains Township Commissioner. So the township commissioner, this is his is it his great grandma, I believe? Let me look. I gotta read it here real quick, guys. So just give me a sec. Um, this was this was published November 14th, 2025. And 2 bodies were stolen from the decrepit Good Shepherd Memorial Park Mausoleum earlier this month, and the police, um, it's under investigation. The Bisconetti. Oh gosh, I'm gonna butcher his name, but let's see. Her name is Mary Capolini Piga, and I hope I'm not doing something wrong by saying who she is. But this is, I believe, his great grandmother, if I'm right. She's one of the ones that was removed from her crypt, and they have not released the name of the second body. And make sure to see if there's anything else in here. The Plains Township Police Chief did not respond to any of the messages from the news. I guess it says the township and the state police are working on the case. There are some potential suspects that are being looked at, but he could not give any details. And I'm looking down here to say, boom, boom. And oh, this is the funeral. This is the same funeral director from the other article. This Yananitis. I know. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm pronouncing these names wrong. This is not my forte. I can't even say regular words right most of the time, so bear with me. If I'm saying their names wrong, I apologize profusely. And he says, so this funeral director says, everybody in the Luzerne County Funeral Directors Association has been trying their best to do and get the word out to families. He says, I know lawyers have been helping us, but at the same time, it's still a cost, and it's going through a second funeral all over again. And what we've been seeing up there has been escalating. It's the little things that I've noticed. It's from the screws being taken out of the crib plates to now somebody's hammering and taking out the bricks. But the hard thing is that the police department can't be up there 24/7, and the neighbors can't be up there watching all the time. My concern is this is going to become something worse, and that scares me. He's asked the public to reach out to their local funeral director if their loved ones are at Good Shepherd Memorial Park for assistance in relocating them to a safer place at the cost to the funeral director. See. Yep. And Mary here was born January 31st, 1898 in Perugia, Italy, according to her memorial page on Find a Grave, and she died July 1979 at Wilkes-Barre General Hospital. Her obituary says she came to this country as a little girl and settled in the Hilldale section of Plains Township. She was survived by 2 sons, 3 sisters, 4 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren, the obituary says. Decades later, her great-grandson could only speculate on why someone would desecrate her grave and others. There are a lot of sick people out there, he said. I don't think that this is a high school kid trying to do mischief. I could see a kid spray painting or toilet papering a mausoleum. But I think for someone to go to this extent, to the premeditated work that goes into opening a crypt and removing corpses, I think you have to have a couple screws loose, both psychologically and morally. And I think he says it best. I like that. This guy has more than a couple screws loose, and he has no morals. All right, let me go back up here because I've missed a lot. Oh, Mia put it up here. Here, I'll throw this up there. And then that'll be up for everybody just in case anybody misses what I said. But she had a good long life, and for her to be to be desecrated like that, so I'm wondering if she's one of the ones because I have no I have mm. So they picked a brand new mausoleum for interment. Did they pick Oh, I didn't read that. I didn't see that part. Did they pick one and then they just didn't get her there in time before a-holes stole her? Yeah, she lived through 2 world wars. She would have lived through the Depression, um, the Korean War, Vietnam. uh, all that life experience just to have I don't know, I'm cracking my knuckles, guys. Even my sore cat bit finger. It's just like I want mm. And Mia says she was born the same year as my grandpa. My niece used to live at is it Wilkes-Barre or Wilkes-Barre? I think it's I've heard it said 2 ways, but I'm sure one of them is wrong. Um, and her husband is in the Navy. They need to put up scaffolding to protect the workers first. I think they do need to reinforce that somehow. It seems like they're just kinda going in there, like, with their fingers crossed, hoping that it does not fall in on them. Uh, and it's mm, yeah, I'm just gonna scroll I'm gonna take a breather here, guys, so I don't scream. I'm just gonna post your guys' comments. Um, yeah, I would they sh but who's gonna right, like, who's paying for the surveillance? If it was yeah, see, again, like, I always say that, right? Like, well, if it was my family, I'd do this, but, if you don't have the money to do something, right? Like, that's part of the problem here. These people don't have money to move their loved ones, and there's also a lot of hoops to jump through, right? Like, I think it's great that these funeral home directors in Luzerne County are willing to move them for free because they are putting their lives in jeopardy, right? Like to go into this place because it looks like it's a freaking death trap. Yeah, booby trap. You could do that probably pretty inexpensively, right? Yeah. They did that stuff back in like for grave robbers back in the day. We didn't get into that part, when I discussed the I mentioned booby traps, but I didn't really go into it because that would have been another rabbit hole. But yeah, they booby trapped them. They would have loaded guns. Like if the coffin lid was open, that would trigger the pull the right and the pew pew would go off. I already said the bad word, so hopefully I don't get in trouble for that either. But yeah, I would think at least put up monitor them, like the police department. Okay, you just had 2 bodies stolen. I think we this is a serious situation now. I'm sure after that, they probably were watching it a little more closely, which maybe that's why he decided to go to a different cemetery. Maybe they were watching this place a little bit more closely, but again, this is one that he could probably drive right up there and no one's even gonna see him, right? Like, look at how overgrown it was, and yeah, and then when she passed away, it was brand new. It probably had that new crypt smell. It probably was so pretty, even with that carpet. I should have known it was the '70s with that carpet. That says a lot. Oh, it's so Wilkes-Barre. Okay, thank you, Mia. I swear. Is it Wilkes-Barre? Okay, now you guys are messing with me. Which one? Tiff says, remember, my grandpa's ashes were supposed to be dropped out at sea, but instead Neptune Society contracted out to an unsavory charter, a character who dumped hundreds of people's ashes on his lake. I think we're all gonna get a little upset with this one. I'm glad you guys are here with me for this because yeah, this is why that's why I'm glad you guys are here with me. I love you for this because yeah, these are the things like I read on my own and like I'm just sitting here like How is no one doing anything about this? But yeah, like I said, the county just doesn't wanna have they don't wanna have anything to do with it, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna sue them. So, what if they don't have any money? What if they're defunct? What if the guy's in prison? Then you're where's your grandpa? Just like when, like, I still wanna talk about the HBO The Mortician, right? Like, I've barely scraped the surface on it. There's so much more to that one. Like, there's people sitting there, right, like, with a little container of ashes, not even knowing if that's their loved one. And Mr. Sconce is sitting there like, "Well, it doesn't matter anyway because 'cause they're dead." When you have people like that that are running funeral homes, that's just one part of the problem, and then you've got these people, right? Like, not her, not Mary, because she looks like she was probably a very sweet Nona. Is it Nona? Is that grandma? I think that's grandma, right? Yeah, Nona. Oh, see, I probably said that wrong too, but yeah, you get these unsavory characters, the ones that break up. You know what, Tiff? I'm gonna use unsavory character from instead of saying a-hole all the time because, yeah, that might get me in trouble eventually. New Crips. I'm sorry. Hey, I have to I have to find some way to woo. Hi, nefarious Tish. You're late, but hey, we're still going. This is like that. Like I said, I got into this rabbit hole last night and I couldn't even finish up with Good Shepherd. Like I wanted to get the find a grave and see all who was buried there, but I couldn't even get just because it took so long with I had Mount Moriah and then I had to watch Joseph Scott Morgan and that took a little time. I might have had to watch that a few times. I am I am so pissed at all these people. Nona. Okay, that's what I thought I had. At least I finally got one right, and I hopefully I said it right too. Oh, I gotta sit up a little bit. My butt's getting sore. I think that's it though for Good Shepherd because I couldn't go any further. But I hope they have Mary now. I hope she was recovered. I hope she didn't. If she was still, I mean, I don't want her to be one that was in a found like they said one was found. I hope it wasn't her, but also if it was her, at least she's in hopefully all intact and they can um, put her at rest finally and in a safer location, someplace where, right, like this is not going to happen. This should never happen. Like, this is like, right, like this does not happen all the time. Now, unsavory characters running funeral homes and cremation services, that happens a little bit more often than we probably want to know about. And I don't want to scare y'all. Like, death is not something that people really want to think about. So, trying to think about like what happens to us after we die, right? This is not what you want to be thinking about, right? Like, this terrifies even me, and I've accepted life ends at some point here. It could be sooner, it could be later. You just don't know. But none of this, none of this should ever happen. Like I said, this guy with the grave robbing, this is like why it's so sensational. It doesn't happen that often. But unfortunately, with the funeral homes, uh, this this unsavory character, God, I still want to call him a bad name. But yeah, with Sconce, well, he's out of prison now. Ugh, I don't know if I wanna say too much about him. I don't want him coming looking for me because I think he's guilty of more than just, so I'm just gonna shut my mouth now. I don't I don't wanna be a Dateline episode. I'm not lighting up any rooms, not going to a second location. Did you hold on to that if you guys haven't watched that HBO one yet, I'm not plugging HBO Max. But I get it free through AT&T, so that's the only reason I have it, because I have AT&T for my cell phone. But J.S. Morgan, I know Tish, you have to go back. When he says kinfolk, mm, he's just got a special place in my heart. I whatever And you could see, like, I could see, like, a little vein, like, was popping on, like, how the hell does this happen, right? Like, you could tell he was just kinda like, this should not be happening. But he did mention, right, like, the what was it? The tri-state, so it was Alabama. I know it was an Alabama funeral home, but they operated out of Georgia and Tennessee, and the guy was giving back, cremains, but they were just, burned up, like, wood ash, and that's the one that they found all the bodies, like, stacked up and all around the properties. So, he wasn't even bothering to destroy them. He was just chucking them out there. I can't remember when that was. That's Oh gosh. I wanna say it was, like, early 2000s, but, yeah, and Mr. Sconce, I hope he gets haunted. If that's if I can say that, I think, without getting in too much trouble, right? Like, if, so I believe in ghosts, I believe in karma, and I hope Mr. Sconce, what he's put people through as a shady funeral director, like, those I know some hearts of gold, like this gentleman, right? Like, with, helping these people, like, at the Good Shepherd, heart of gold to, like, offer his services when he and his employees could be in danger, right? And then you've got these other people. And funeral, unfortunately, or unfortunately, but there's a lot of money to be made as to be in the funeral business, to be cremating, to sell caskets and coffins. Like, it's like, we right talked about how much it costs to bury somebody. Think about how many people die every day. A lot of people die every day. So these people are getting filthy rich, and then they, right, like, especially the sconce guy, multiple vehicles, jet skis, I can't even remember, boats, nice house. I hope he gets haunted. I hope he does too. And this Gerlach, yeah, there's a special place I hope for them. Tish says, in November 2005, we buried my 15-year-old Tabby Manx. Oh, on conservation land, the ground was full of rocks, so I didn't put her far enough down. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I've I had to bury one of my cats on our property when we lived in California. I buried him there, and I wish I would have exhumed him and brought him with us, but yeah, didn't. And all I think about is that he's still, oh, see, now I'm gonna cry. Um, because I keep looking at Nona Mary here. Oh my gosh, maybe I should go back here. All right, maybe I'll just take it. Take this off. Whoo, that was a rough one, guys. Um, Here, I'm gonna sage real quick because I think we need it. I wish I I start talking right as I start to sage, you guys. I said I wish I had something to uplift us a little bit, right? Because this is heavy. Um, I do have a funny Reddit. Do you guys Should I close up with the funny Reddit? Because It's a ghost photo. Star shared this with me in the Discord, and that's Kittens in Crime. She shared this. This will be a good, whew, we can breathe a little, and laugh over this. This is a ghost photo. Where did it go? Hang on. I wasn't planning on showing it, so let me. Uh-oh. Oh, did I not save it? Oh, damn it. Here, I'll pull up Discord. Dun, dun, dun. Because the comments alone on this, if you guys don't get a giggle out of this, something's wrong with you. Just kidding. I mean, there's something wrong with all of us, but let me pull up my Discord here real quick. It might take me a second, but I'll do it. Discord. All right, give it just a second. And I want you guys to see this one. I wonder if I have the photo? Because you need the photo. Wonder if I have it here. I might have to put it on. That's where. Yep, I do have it. I'm gonna download it to my laptop. Actually, I might not be able to because I did make a post on it. So we'll see. We'll see here. All right, hang on. All right. Why are you being so slow? All right, where is it? Is this it? Okay, here it is. This is hilarious. At least I laughed. Hopefully you guys do too. Can I share this? Yes. Oh no! They deleted the original picture. Okay. Because people got into it for this. I'm gonna post the original. Hopefully, do I still have it? Let me make sure I have it first. Oh shit! Did I? Well, I sorta. I'll just post this one. It was so somebody right like so on Reddit. I follow the paranormal subreddit, and they always post right like the photos of bum, bum. Hang on, I'm getting this. Right? Like, is this a ghost? Tell me what you see here, right? And usually it's like, so this is the photo, and you should probably get so the user is death by fart attack. I don't think this is obese. I don't think this is MC Lunchbox, but this photo was dark, and then you go and you lighten it up, right? And then you can see like somebody's obviously standing there, right? Oh, Betsy, you guys want the update on Betsy too? Okay. Um, hang on. I'll give you the update on Betsy too, but let me show you because this one will make you. Uh, so as you can see, that's probably not a ghost, right? I'm pretty sure that's an actual human, but let me. I gotta share my page. So they took their original post down probably because people are they think they're funny. And it was really funny. I think it's hilarious. So they were like, "So what do you think you see?" And this is what people so somebody put McLovin. Me John Cena. That was one. People put. Oh wait, here. Share this tab instead. There we go. Can you guys see him? So McLovin. Here, I'll go full page. I think that's as big as I can make it, guys. So hopefully you guys can see it well enough. And yeah, it's totally a human, right? It's such a human person. It's a human person. Um, and then somebody else put one as here's the other one. It's Cody Rhodes. um, let's see. I'm just gonna pop these up. And somebody put share this tab. Nosferatu. C. Smith, was this your PE teacher? Actually, I think I did have my government teacher looked a little like this. Just a little bit. I did like the Cody Rhodes one though, because that one really got me. It made me think of Uncle Frank. And then share this one. It's so tiny, but it's a little boy. It does look like McLovin. I love Water Boy. Is that you? I gotta post your guys' comments up here because these are oh Tish. Oh, found the towel shroud empty. He didn't tell me for a while. Oh. Yeah, I'm in that camp too. Unless it's here, like at where I am now. And then I feel safe here because I'm deep stuff, but oh gosh. It's heartbreaking, Tish. I'm sorry. Oh, I like crying a little bit. I'm trying not to. Ugh. I posted one on here somewhere. Hang on. Yep. Most of these are, yeah, everybody's saying, yeah, it's a human. Um, here's one. All right. I think it's Tom. It's Tom, right? Yeah, it's Tom. I needed a laugh. Oh, did they take mine away? Oh, I think somebody deleted mine. Uh, dun dun dun. Oh, here's one. It's a horrible. Um, I think they just had somebody standing in the hallway, had the light off, and I think they totally knew what they were. I knew that's why it got deleted. The way they deleted their post. There was one more on here. Yeah, here's another. Oh no! Hang on, I gotta reshare my screen because it went away. Boom, boom, boom. Is this it? Yeah, there it is. All right. And yeah, this person, like, their house is obviously decorated like for Halloween too. But let's see. I think that's the good ones. Here, I like this one too. Oh, did I disappear? Well, I'm still here. Right? Oh shoot, I didn't mute myself, did I? Nope. Okay. It says I'm still here. Uh all right. There's one I had. Where's the one I posted? I'll be really mad if somebody deleted my comment. I don't know. It wasn't that bad though, so I don't know why it would have been deleted, but hang on. I probably posted it under somebody else's comment. Here we go. Boop. Boop. I'm gonna yawn. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Where's my comment? Damn it. All right. Well, damn it. Now I can't see it. Now I can't find mine. It was really funny too. Of course, I say that, and it probably wasn't. Yep, that's it. Okay. Did you guys want to hear about Betsy? All right. So, oh, hello, Miss America. Ooh, she said hi to me. I feel special. Yeah, I went dark. Because I just posted some of those photos were really tiny. You guys don't have to look at me all the time, especially now. I'm starting to get really tired, so my eyeballs are like, yeah, I think they are a little douchey. I think they took away my post. It was really funny. I'll post it. It's still on my phone, so I'll put it on the in the community, and I'll put it in the Discord too. So, um, I like this one, Tish. That's good. No spare Tom. I love it. I love it. Oh, so I did find out about Betsy. So she was initially buried at the Quaker cemetery in Philadelphia because that's where she lived. She was buried with her third husband. So her first two husbands served in the Revolutionary War and they died. One died in England. I think he was captured and died there, like a prisoner of war type situation. And then the first one, I can't remember what battle he was killed in, but so John Claypool, I believe, was her last husband. And she was buried with him at the Quaker cemetery. And when they moved everybody from the Quaker cemetery, they went to Mount Moriah, which is the cemetery we've been talking about that the Gerlach broke into and was stealing body parts. In 75, the descendants of Betsy petitioned to have her exhumed from Mount Moriah and moved to the Betsy Ross house in Philadelphia. And this was at the time of the what is it? 1975. They wanted to do it in time for the big, what is it, the bicentennial? So it was a little bit of a tourist, maybe a little bit of a tourist. They just wanted to say Betsy was buried there. I think they should have probably she'd already been moved once. Should have just kind of left her, right? Maybe if she had been left at Mount Moriah, maybe people would have right? Like, I don't know, hindsight. But have you been there? I haven't been. It's on my. I don't really want to go to Philly, but if I have to have a reason to go, it would be to go to Betsy's house. I think it would be really cool. So they had an approximate location. So the DAR had come along. I can't remember what year, but the DAR came along. So the Daughters of the American Revolution. And Betsy is considered a patriot. So even though she's a woman, she didn't just sew the 1976 flag, right, with the stars and stripes, the Betsy Ross flag. She also would have been considered a traitor because she made blankets, she sewed clothes for the soldiers, for the American troops. So she was technically putting her life at risk too. So she is considered an American patriot. She was reinterred from the Quaker cemetery and then moved to Mount Moriah. Now, with that, the DAR, the Daughters of the American Revolution, put I think they had a little memorial plaque, and then they put a flagpole with that flew an American flag. And in 75, they came along. The descendants wanted to move her to the Betsy Ross house. They dug up her remains, or what they thought were her remains. There was a box. They didn't say coffin, they just said a box that contained a skull, a clavicle, and some assorted bones. I'm kind of shocked that there was that much left after that long. But there's still controversy whether they got all the bones. But when they said that there was a box with the bones. It's really confusing. So this is probably why there's big controversy with it. So they still they did forensic testing on the bones that they removed and took to the Betsy Ross house, but the results were inconclusive if they are Betsy's. So it's a kind of a rabbit hole, but one without an answer, because they weren't nothing said, like nothing else has been done. It's just something that they all uh agree to maybe disagree about, but she could have still had remains at the old Quaker cemetery. She could have remains still at Mount Moriah. So, I mean, I'm not sure when she was moved. It probably did say when she was moved from the Quaker cemetery to Mount Moriah, but the Quakers typically did not bury in coffins. You were usually wrapped in a shroud and placed in the ground. Like very little, like they believed in going back to the earth fairly quickly. At least that's the way I have always understood it to be, is that is how they liked it. That was their practice. I'm shocked that there was anything left to even exhume from the Quaker cemetery. She died in 1828, I think. Tiff popped it up here in the last stream, or when we were talking about Betsy. I think it was like 1828 when she passed away. So if they moved, I'm not sure when they moved her, but I wouldn't think they're like 10 years, right? Like if you're in a coffin 10 years and you're just like some big bones. So if you're in a shroud and put in the ground, 1832. Thank you, Tiff. Um, I Yeah, so I have questions. I wanna know, like, how maybe they changed practices by 1832, but I know old style Quaker was just a shroud and put in the ground. I have some Quaker um, they were excommunicated, or however you wanna say it, from the Quakers. At some point, like, I think they lived in South Carolina, and then when they were removed from the church, I think, one of them married outside of the church, if I remember, which was a big no-no. Betsy was actually her first husband was not a Quaker, he was a Presbyterian. So she was also would have been excommunicated from the Quaker, but I believe her last husband was a Quaker, if I have it correct. So maybe I'll look into that. Maybe I'll just do a whole thing on Betsy at, some point. Maybe I can do Henry VIII, and then we'll talk about Betsy at the same time, but it's still inconclusive. So whether they got all of Betsy from the Quaker cemetery, or odds are they didn't, right? Like, where they put her first is probably where the majority of her s mortal remains are or were. Whatever, I don't know what they built there, I'm sure it told me. I've forgotten already since I have all this mausoleum business in my brain. But yeah, they there's probably most of her stuff was left there at the Quaker cemetery, and then she would have further decomposed. I wonder if they put her in a box then when they dug her up and moved her to Mount Moriah. That kind of makes more sense. And it would have been just like some big bones left, right? Like probably a clavicle. I guess that's pretty, yeah. Um, so whether they got all of her or not, that's the big controversy. But yeah, they wanted her at the Betsy Ross house. So a little bit of a tourist trap, maybe. Um, but have you seen her grave then, Mia, at the Betsy? Well, yeah, I'm sure you've been. If you took heed, it was before 76, right? So she's been there since then. But yeah, so I definitely want to go there and see that, because I think Betsy, whether like there's still controversy whether she made that flag. There could have been multiple women that, but her family was the one that stepped up and said, "Hey, this was I'm a I think it was her, I want to say like a nephew of hers that's was the one that got it like petition the government to have her recognized for making the flag and all of that. So so that would be a pretty fascinating, and I love the Revolutionary War. um I am a daughter of the American Revolution, so yeah, you guys don't have to twist my arm. If you guys want to learn more about Betsy, we can talk about her too. So if you guys want to give me a one in the chat, because I'll see it when I go back to edit this, because I'm sure there's going to be something in here I gotta fix. I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble for playing Law and Crime, but I'm not monetized, so it shouldn't really matter anyway. But we could talk about Betsy. Henry VIII is definitely on my radar. Uh, those are those should be pretty light topics. So maybe we'll keep updating on this grave robber. I don't want to say his name anymore, so I don't get upset. I do want to talk about the mortician, but he's gonna get me mad too. So maybe we'll postpone him till next week. We'll talk about some less unsavory characters. We'll talk about some less unsavory characters Thursday. Sunday, let's just do some I'm going to do some old school, like say old school. We've only been here 7 months, so yeah, 7 months, guys. I'm going to go back and we're going to just do some Reddit ghost stories and just do a fun stream on Sunday and leave some of this for next week. Give ourselves, unless something breaks loose this week, we'll do an update or something, but I won't be doing a whole stream about Gerlach again. I think I've taken a lot of time, but I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you found it informative. That's probably the better term. Hope you found it informative. Learning more about Mount Moriah. I think it's important that we remember the people that he potential like. We know that at least some of these people, like I did find their burial locations. They might not be the exact ones, but there's still somebody's family. They're probably still somehow related, right? So send out some good juju to the families that are left. Send out some good juju to their spirits that are probably not resting very peacefully right now. And hope that the people who are going to be in charge of putting the remains back and finding out where they need to go, because this is going to be Herculean task, right? Like this is going to be huge and it's going to take probably years, just like J.S. Morgan said, right? It's going to be a long road for them to find out who all these people were. And there's going to be more. I'm sure they're going to have more cemeteries that they're going to find out. Unfortunately, I hope Nona Mary gets back to her. I hope she gets to a nice new mausoleum where she's safe and nobody can get at her again, and that her great grandson can, maybe with him being on the township commission, a township commissioner, maybe he can get something rolling so that everybody can get their loved ones out of that mausoleum. And 30 people should not be too hard. Seems like to me that just get them out of there. Even if they don't have anybody alive still, like survivors, just get them out. Because this could happen again. There's a freak show just around the corner waiting to do something, right? So, and with that, do we need another sage? um I wish I had something more fun to end on, but Betsy lived a good life. She was I'm sure she probably didn't want to get dug up either, but at least she's home, or most of her's home. Uh yeah. So that's not too bad. All right. So I'll do an episode on Betsy. Um there's a lot of interesting, like, I can't cut there's she had a really interesting life, stuff I didn't really know too much about. So yeah, we'll talk about that. And with that, let's call it an evening or a morning. And yeah, I'm not gonna go back down a rabbit hole tonight. I'm gonna go to sleep with Miss Tansy because she's over on my pillow right now, and she just like opened one eye and looked at me like, "Are you coming to bed?" Yes, and Tish, my heart breaks for you. Good Juju, but you know what? It's mortal remains, right? Like, you know her spirits. I'm sure her spirits with you. And that's what we have to think of with these people. Hopefully their spirits have moved on and they don't know yeah. Oh, all right, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening for 4 hours and 40 minutes and 45 seconds. I appreciate you guys. And I see you guys have some comments. Oh, I see, Erica is. I wish I could have lived over by DC because, God, you guys, I would have been such a nerd. I'm such a nerd when it comes to the Revolutionary War and colonial times. So, yeah. All right. That's it. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Hopefully, the big storm coming in here in a couple hours doesn't take me away. Um, Tiff, I will send you my address if you want to send me that sweater. I'll message you in Discord. Um, and I will fold it just right, but I can't guarantee that Tansy won't try to get folded up in it. She really, really she wanted this sweater too, but can't tell her no. I can't tell her no. She's bad. All right, I'm gonna pop your guys's messages up here. I didn't forget anything, right? All right. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. Love you. Take care. Deep breaths and good night. I think good night. I'm gonna hit the button.